Chapter 858. Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red and dark clouds gathered in the sky. After a while, it began to drizzle. At the moment of the drizzle, Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Why? It was because the hidden dragon was not far away from the space gate and was hovering in midair, motionless. The massive creature was right in front of him, but Jiang Zhao's nostalgia did not attach itself to it at all. What's going on? Hidden body? Can it hide its body, aura of life, and star power fluctuations? Even nostalgia can't detect its existence, so it can't attach itself to it. The reason Jiang Zhao discovered the hidden dragon that was hovering in midair was because of the drizzle. In his perception, there was a large amount of rainwater that did not fall to the ground. Instead, it dripped onto a large silhouette. Strictly speaking, Jiang Zhao might not have sensed the existence of the hidden dragon through the effects of the field tier, but through the physical effects of the rain. He might have sensed the existence of the hidden dragon. The mist dragon was indeed the younger brother of the dragon cave. In terms of body size, the mist dragon was close to 20 meters long, while the crystal dragon was definitely more than 30 meters long. The hidden dragon in front of him was probably about 35 meters long. Putting everything else aside, the star technique of the hidden dragon, which was to summon a small hidden dragon, was about 8 meters long. The problem was that one couldn't just look at the length. Their circumference was proportional to their body length. Not only was it longer, but it was also thicker. This gigantic creature was beyond Jiang Zhao's imagination. It was hanging in midair silently and motionlessly. It was not because there was a dragon there, but because the space had not been pieced together properly. Was there a bug? Strange. Horrifying. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhao cast Diamond Silence into the soul. One shot of silence was obviously not enough. Jiang Zhao cast it several times in a row, and the hidden dragon finally began to move its body. At the moment when its large head was smashed by Diamond Silence, a faint silhouette was vaguely revealed. At the same time, nostalgia finally found a living creature within range and attached itself to the hidden dragon. "Oh my God!" Jiang Zhao exclaimed while continuing to blast the hidden dragon's body with Diamond Silence. Without a doubt, the hidden dragon, whose invisibility had been broken, had returned to its normal state. But even in its normal form, it was almost invisible to the naked eye. If you didn't look closely, you might walk past it and not know that there was such a thing staring at you with its huge eyes like a tiger eyeing its prey. Jiang Zhao suddenly waved his hand and jumped out. Behind him, the people in the shadow ruins were shocked and hurriedly followed. After leaping out, everyone's expressions changed. Under the curtain of rain, they couldn't see the silhouette of the hidden dragon's body with their naked eyes. However, the huge halo of nostalgia marked the hidden dragon's location. Jiang Zhao quickly floated into the air and continued to use silence. He smashed the hidden dragon from head to toe with silence. Roar! Second Last had already transformed into a lynx, and with a roar, a frosty wind rolled up and covered the body of the hidden dragon, allowing everyone to see its body more clearly. Tail Feather Regiment, attack! Li Yishu hollered angrily while casting ice roars. All the ice roars swept towards the huge dragon head, while Han Jiangshue's white flames, Hong Mingming's withering arrows, and Three-Tailed Fox's spiral flames all landed on the connection between the dragon head and its body. "Hey!" Sun Dasheng hollered, and his huge body rose from the ground. However, even with the body of star power, the gigantic Sun Dasheng was just a small guy in front of the hidden dragon. It didn't matter if his body was small, as long as his rod was big. Sun Dasheng swung his rod down and hit the connection between the hidden dragon's dragon head and body. His star map did not light up, and he could tell that the huge rod shadow that descended from the sky was not star conversion, but another star technique. It was the star technique Giant Spirit Strike from the Limestone Cave in Shihai Province. Fu Hei was still giving his comrades halos, but he suddenly frowned. In the drizzling rain, there was suddenly a layer of frost and snow. In the next second, small ice crystals suddenly appeared. Fu Hei's expression changed, and he frantically yelled, "Have the crystal dragons caught up?" Almost at the same time, Shadow Crow yelled. Hurry, end the battle quickly, or teleport away now. The crystal dragons are here. It's not the crystal dragons, but the crystal dragons? How long will it take for them to arrive? Li Yishu asked loudly. 20 seconds at most. Shadow Crow yelled frantically. Li Yishu suddenly turned to look at Ho Mingming and said, Is that enough? Enough. Ho Mingming immediately knew Li Yishu's intentions, and the withering bough in her hand suddenly transformed. The giant bough was even larger than Ho Mingming's body. At the next moment, Ho Mingming placed one foot on the ground and extended her other long leg to step on the bough, which was the middle of the handle. She pulled the bowstring of the withering bough with both hands and leaned back abruptly. Her body was almost lying down diagonally, and she actually used her entire body to shoot the arrow. A pitch-black, withering arrow that was rich in star power appeared in front of everyone, causing them to be secretly shocked. Whoosh! The huge withering bough emitted pitch-black starlight and accurately shot towards the hidden dragon's head. However, such a strange and sharp arrow only pierced through the hidden dragon's invisible skin and sank into the hidden dragon's head. The arrow actually failed to penetrate the hidden dragon's head? What level of defense is this? The hidden dragon did not have any star techniques that could increase its body's defense at all. Even its invisible body had been completely restrained by Jiang Zhao's sound of silence. It actually managed to resist the arrow purely with its physical strength. What is a racial advantage? Compared to the physical strength of humans, there was really a huge difference. Although the huge withering arrow did not pierce the hidden dragon's head, the pitch-black withering arrow also spread out, directly outlining the faint outline of the hidden dragon's head. The hidden dragon struggled violently, but Jiang Zhao's diamond, sound of silence, was still smearing on the hidden dragon's body evenly, restraining its movements and greatly reducing the extent of its struggle. Casting diamond, sound of silence again, and consuming so much star power. Is it really okay? Jiang Zhao said. No problem. There was a bunch of power banks in Jiang Zhao's body, including a charging fortress. Li Yishu waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept across, blowing the muddle-headed Ho Mingming into his scourge ruins. That was Li Yishu's battle strategy, which was also what Second Last had instructed him to do when she handed over the commanding authority to him. Second Last said, When I give you commands, I want results, not hesitation. Li Yishu used his actions to show that he was doing exactly what Second Last had expected of him, and that he wanted results at all costs. At the same time, the hidden dragon's head that was restrained in the sky shrunk again and again under the outline of the pitch-black color. It was constantly being melted, and the dragon scales that were dyed with the pitch-black color fell continuously. Before they landed on the ground, they had already melted and disappeared without a trace. Just like that, the huge dragon's head withered bit by bit in front of everyone. Its long body was still struggling frantically in midair. If not for the confinement of the sound of silence, it might have been able to activate the hidden body and strengthen its self-repair function. That would have been another story. However, Jiang Zhao was around, and he couldn't let that happen. Li Yishu locked Ho Mingming in his scourge ruins and yelled, Han Jiangxue, get ready to defend. Target the grassland. A pitch-black, dilapidated dragon head finally descended from the sky and landed heavily in the desert. Pieces of ice roar were still smashing the huge dragon head, all for the sake of the star bead inside. No one dared to approach the dilapidated dragon head that was still covered in a pitch-black color. Even the ground of the desert had been dyed with a withering color. I found it. I found the star bead. Stop attacking. Shadow Crow yelled frantically before transforming into a crow and flying over. The hidden dragon. Not only was its body in an invisible outline, but even its star bead was almost transparent. If it weren't for Shadow Crow's field tier, it would have taken him a long time to find the star bead. However, when Shadow Crow circled to the back of the hidden dragon, he discovered that the star bead had already been stained with a pitch-black color. Although withering could not destroy the star bead, the pitch-black color was still stubbornly melting and withering the hidden dragon star bead. Under such circumstances, even without the field tear, they would still be able to find the star bead, but the problem was this. All of a sudden, Shadow Crow was in a dilemma. What should he do? After so much effort, everyone finally obtained a star bead, but Shadow Crow dared not use his mouth to hold it, nor did he dare to use his hands to grab it. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from behind. His eyes were red and the rain was still drizzling. He said, "My cleansing tears are useless against the withering effect. Withering is not a negative state and can't be purified. It's an offensive mode." Shadow Crow landed near the star bead and transformed into a human. He said, "The crystal dragons are coming soon. How long will the withering state last?" In the rain, the fireworks puppet that was emitting water vapor immediately scurried over and picked up the star bead that had been stained by the withering color. Han Jiangxue raised her fingers slightly, and a gust of barren wind swept across. The fireworks puppet that was burning with black flames in her hands darted towards Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue suddenly opened her palm and pressed it down gently. The space in front of her was stacked up, and the fireworks puppet hugged the star bead and darted into Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher domain. Han Jiangxue said, "Let's wait for it to extinguish by itself." "Great, let's go," Li Yishu said frantically. Han Jiangxue placed one hand on her waist and lifted up a sphere with her palm facing up. Whoosh! The black space teleportation shield was opened again, and the crowd disappeared without a trace. Screech, screech, a few seconds after they disappeared, large pieces of sugar cubes fell from the sky and smashed the place into a mess. Putting aside the group of irascible crystal dragons that were chasing after them, the members of the tail feather group alone, Han Jiangxue followed Li Yishu's instructions and directly teleported to the grassland. The terrain was probably the best in the dragon cave. When they arrived, it was nighttime. The moon shone brightly and the fireflies danced in the air. The soft soil, the swaying grass, the tranquility, the scene was so beautiful. Regardless of what others thought, Jiang Xiao felt that it was beautiful. If not for the panting sounds of the dragon behind him, it would be even more beautiful. "Little Jiangxue, your face is so fair. Why did you go to Africa to be a chief?" The first teleportation seemed to be stable, but there was a hidden dragon that was hunting underground. The second teleportation. "Impressive, little Jiangxue. You directly teleported everyone to the front of a star dragon." Gulp. Everyone's eyes widened, and the sound of someone's atoms, apple moving could be heard. The group of people immediately turned their heads. The huge dragon breath behind them stopped for a moment, and a pair of huge dragon eyes that seemed to contain an endless starry sky suddenly opened. Whoosh! Han Jiangxue took out the ripple ball again, and the dragon with the starry sky skin smashed its head over. Boom! The dragon's head hit the dark sky teleportation shield, causing it to shake for a while. The dark sky teleportation shield was retracted again, and everyone quickly disappeared in front of the star dragon. Immediately after, they appeared in another grassland. Everyone was like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. They quickly scanned their surroundings to make sure that there were no living creatures around. After carefully observing for a while, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from aside. "This is too thrilling. Little Jiangxue, I'm afraid you're the first person in the dragon cave who dares to tease the star dragon." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Jiang Xiao said, "You're just showing off. Isn't it good to be an obedient Dharma goddess? Why do you have to learn from me? You're also a member of the toxic milk powder, right?" Han Jiangxue blushed and glared at Jiang Xiao. The scene just now actually represented the state of the team after they entered the dragon cave. Dancing on the tip of the sword, surrounded by danger. For Jiang Xiao. Only by repeatedly jumping on the edge of life and death would he be able to show off his real skills. "Very well, little Jiangxue, I, the Toxic Milk King, officially announce. You can graduate now." It was already normal for the toxic milk to write 7,000 to 8,000 words a day. For example, this chapter was more than 3,800 words. There were many chapters like this, but they were less than 4,000 words. The writing level and speed varied from person to person. I've already done my best to ensure the quality and quantity of my work. I've been writing this book for a year. All of you have seen my attitude towards writing during this long period of time. I will continue to persevere. For those who really can't do it, please forgive me. For those who are already doing it and have been doing it, I hope that everyone will subscribe and vote to support the toxic milk. The above text is free. Chapter 859. Li Yishu immediately opened the door of the Scourge Ruins, and everyone entered. The space door immediately disappeared, and the grassland fell silent again. Jiang Xiao also saw Hong Mingming, who was lying on the ground and unconscious. He frantically raised his hand, and a ray of blessing descended from the sky and landed on Hong Mingming's body. Hong Mingming murmured softly in her sleep, but she was not woken up by the blessing. Instead, she seemed to be sleeping even more soundly. The side effect of the withering arrow seemed to be huge. That reminded Jiang Xiao that when he used the withering bow and star transformation weapon in the future, he had to be careful not to use it. If he really had no choice but to use it, he had to turn off his synesthesia. Otherwise, it would affect the other baits and the main body. Jiang Xiao walked forward and gently covered Hong Mingming's forehead with the white light in his hand. He then rubbed her temples gently with his thumb and ring finger. Jiang Xiao turned around to look at everyone, only to realize that Second Last had already started a meeting with the team. We can go on like this. The creatures in the Dragon Cave are relatively densely distributed. If we use Han Jiangshue's teleportation skill to escape, we can easily enter the territory of the other dragons. We can deal with the other dragon-type creatures, but once we encounter the imprisoned dragons, our lives will be in danger. Li Yishu nodded heavily and also realized that she was lacking in commanding. She said, "That's right, we shouldn't rely too much on Han Jiangshue's teleportation star technique. It's too dangerous here, but can't be helped." At the side, the Tengu sighed and said, "Faced with the pursuit of the crystal dragons, as well as a series of greater crises that we may encounter in the future, we have no choice but to avoid them. Han Jiangshue's star technique of teleportation is an inevitable choice for us to survive." Second Last turned to look at Tengu and said, "Think of other solutions." Tengu said, "The entrance to the Dragon Cave is located at the intersection of the four terrains. That place is relatively safer." "No." Second Last refused decisively. "We can't lead the dragons there. Even if we suffer casualties, we can't lead the danger to the entrance of the Dragon Cave." Tengu said, "Let's create a safe zone ourselves, then." Fu Hei immediately got interested and asked, "Create a safe zone?" "Yes," Tengu said. "From the looks of it, the grassland we're in is still considered safe. We can dig down and create an underground base. In the future, if there's really a need for Han Jiangxue to activate the instant defense, she can directly teleport us back to this place." Second Last nodded and turned to look at Li Yishu. Without waiting for Li Yishu to speak, Tengu continued, "The field of vision in the grassland is relatively wider. Build a simple underground cave so that when you come out, it will be easier to observe the surroundings." Li Yishu said, "It will also make it easier for the other dragons to discover us." Tengu's expression was solemn as he nodded silently. Shadow Crow hurriedly said, "Before we come out from underground, I can use the tier of domain." The Heavenly Hound brought up another topic. "Inya, the reason why those crystal dragons are chasing us so quickly is probably because of your tier domain." Shadow Crow, huh? The Heavenly Hound analyzed and said, "We killed a crystal dragon and incurred the wrath of the proud dragons. Besides, they will not rest until they die. If nothing goes wrong, we will always be chased by them. The group of people who killed the crystal dragon have the ability to change the environment. That's your tier domain. In this dragon cave, no dragons have the star technique of rainfall. So, when their ice crystal domain senses the rain, they will definitely rush in the direction of the rain and chase us." Shadow Crow was secretly astonished and wanted to refute, but Tengu's words made sense. After being stunned for a while, Shadow Crow said, "If we can't use the tier domain, the team will be blind and we won't be able to move an inch. While speaking, Shadow Crow glanced at Jiang Shao casually. There are some solutions, Tengu said. Apart from the Tear Domain, the Crystal Dragon's Ice Crystal Domain and the Fog Dragon's Mist Domain are all perception-type star techniques that are stronger than the Tear Domain. If we use the perception-type star techniques of their race, they will at least discover the range of the snowfall and mist and not attack us directly. No, Second Last refused resolutely and said, every star bead we obtain here must be handed over. The country has already been training warriors to explore the Dragon Cave, and we have to pool our resources. This mission is serious, and the discipline is equally strict. We must hand it over. Everyone present was above the standard in terms of quality and accomplishment. They were all extremely loyal, and no one raised any objections. Second Last had already made it clear to everyone when they were in the small auditorium of the Fun City Hotel. Heavenly Hound stopped talking about this matter and asked, Shadow Crow, in your perception, how many crystal dragons are chasing after us? Shadow Crow answered without hesitation, 4. At the side, Jiang Shao finally said, give it a try. All of a sudden, there was silence in the ruins of Calamity as everyone looked at Jiang Shao, who was sitting beside Ho Mingming. Jiang Shao grinned, and his voice became softer and softer. Am I getting a little carried away? How about we divert the trouble? Tengu asked. Second Last raised her eyebrows slightly and said, okay. Tengu crossed his arms and pondered while saying, if nothing goes wrong, at least the 4 crystal dragons have already formed an irreconcilable grudge against us. If you want us to continue exploring the Dragon Cave, we have to either let Han Jiangshua teleport us to the depths of the Dragon Cave and completely avoid the crystal dragons, or we have to completely destroy the 4 crystal dragons. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, I think the star dragon that loves to sleep is very suitable to fight against the 4 crystal dragons. Tengu nodded and said, that's a good idea. Tengu then turned to look at Han Jiangshua and asked, how far away are we from the desert that we were previously? It's not far. I don't dare to go too deep into the Dragon Cave. After all, according to the information, the imprisoned dragons rest in the depths of various scenes. Han Jiangshua said coldly. Shadow Crow said they're very fast. If we really want to create a situation where we can watch the tigers fight, we need a more perfect cooperation. Besides, the star dragon isn't easy to deal with. It was asleep just now, but it immediately sensed our presence. Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand like a student who was about to speak. However, his action made Jie, who had been silent all this while, tilt his body abruptly. Sure, Jie was clearly hiding from blessing. It was clearly a subconscious action that his body reacted before his mind. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the Scourge ruins became a little strange. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, I teleport faster than little Jiangxue, so I'm very suitable to seduce them. Han Jiangxue's heart tensed up and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao and pondered for a while before saying, the task of seducing them doesn't belong to you. As soon as Second Last finished speaking, Shadow Crow stood up. He had the field tear and the blade of death, so he was the best candidate to be the scout. In the Dragon Cave, any random attack from a dragon could take a human's life, yet the Shadow Crow stood up without any hesitation. Let me do it, Leader Luan, Jiang Shao said again. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao expressionlessly. Jiang Shao said, there's a fundamental difference between teleportation and rapid movement. If Shadow Crow encounters other dragons on the way back, it'll be a different story. I have teleportation, and I also have the star technique Rain of Tears. In a while, Han Jiangxue will teleport us to the location between the Star Dragon and the Crystal Dragon. We can create a safe underground shelter. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Second Last thought about it and nodded silently. She didn't care about the other teammates who wanted to say something. Instead, she waved her hand and said, the plan has been decided. That's all for now. Due to Second Last's identity and powerful aura, no one said anything else. After a while, Jiang Shao looked at the sleeping Ho Mingming and got up to walk towards Han Jiangxue. Open Sky Smasher. Let's see how the star beads are doing. Okay. Han Jiangxue opened Sky Smasher, and Jiang Xiao poked his head in carefully. The fireworks puppet had already disappeared, and so was the pitch-black luster of withering. The problem was, where were the star beads of the hidden dragon? Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Where are the star beads? Could they have been melted by withering? That shouldn't be the case. Withering didn't melt the star beads at all. Jiang Xiao reached his hand in and rummaged around. Ever since Jiang Xiao had his own Calamity Shadow World, all the precious star beads that were stored with Han Jiangxue had been moved into the Calamity Shadow World and placed in the Stone Villa. At this moment, Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher was extremely spacious and empty, just like a void. Jiang Xiao was still searching when the cloak that he was wearing suddenly curled up and reached into Sky Smasher. It then brought out a baseball-sized star bead and handed it to Jiang Xiao. This. Jiang Xiao stared at the almost transparent star bead in front of him. Its outline was terrifyingly shallow, and there was no star power flowing in it at all. Its texture was even better than that of the hidden dragon's body. It simply had an invisibility effect. Jiang Xiao grabbed the hidden dragon star bead and shook it in his hand. At the same time, he also saw the information in the internal star map. Hidden dragon star bead, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Hidden charge. Summons a small hidden dragon in a semi-invisible state to attack the target. 2 small hidden dragons can exist at most at the same time for 10 seconds. Diamond quality. 2. Concealment. Allows the summoner to freely control the small hidden dragon and cancel the summoning at any time. Diamond quality. 3. Hidden body. Conceals the body, star power fluctuations, and life aura. Strengthens the recovery of star power and strengthens the self-repair function of the body. The body cannot move when using the star technique. Diamond quality. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. 3 diamond quality star techniques. Allows 2 hidden dragons to exist at the same time for the user to freely control. Wait, 10 seconds? Intelligence is the key to battles. In other words, even if they don't encircle the small hidden dragon, it will automatically dissipate after 10 seconds. Jiang Xiao frowned and thought about the scene of the small hidden dragon rushing into the Calamity Ruins. Indeed, from the moment the small stealth dragon entered the Shadow Calamity Ruins to the moment it was engulfed by everyone's ice roar and killed, it did not take more than 10 seconds. Come to think of it, is this star bead a combat technique or a technique? Why does it feel so appropriate? The Hidden Dragon Star technique was similar to the Golden Wave Star technique of the Xiangnan region, but the second star technique allowed the user to freely control the hidden dragon. Clearly, it was more advanced than the star techniques of the Xiangnan region. Besides, the third star technique, Hidden Body, was a life-saving star technique. Of course, it was not a pure healing star technique, but it could ensure safety while strengthening one's own recovery ability. It was perfect. Jiang Xiao was secretly astonished and thought, if I give this star technique to Big Cat, 1 slash could create a dragon, and 1 dragon could destroy an entire team. No matter how much Second Last cherishes her star slots, she won't want such an awesome star technique. Stupid sister, I have to stuff this star bead into your star map. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 860. The scorching sun hung high in the sky and descended rapidly. Under this unique weather phenomenon, the gate of the Calamity Ruins opened quietly and a group of people swarmed out. Apart from Ho Mingming, who was sleeping like a dead pig, everyone else was in high spirits and ready to go. Second Last turned around and gestured to Han Jiangxue. At the next moment, a dark space teleportation shield was opened and the group of people disappeared without a trace. Then, a group of people appeared beside a small stream. Second Last was on high alert and looked around. After a while, she said, "This is the central point of the connection between the hidden dragon's corpse and the star dragon's location." Han Jiangxue said with uncertainty, "It should be." Second Last turned to look at Han Jiangxue with a stern expression. "I want an affirmative answer, not a it should be or it could be." Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and said in a humble manner, I've tried my best, but I can't guarantee that this is the central point of the connection between the two dragons." Unexpectedly, Second Last nodded and said nothing else. Everyone knew that the problem of ability could not be solved for the time being. As long as they tried their best, Second Last wouldn't ask for too much. "Dig an underground cave and use it as a temporary base," Second Last said. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, the group of people displayed their respective abilities. In just a few minutes, they had dug out a cellar. In fact, with Li Yishu's Earth Star technique, the cellar looked rather decent. It was squarish and had several air vents that were slanted upwards. The air vents that were slanted upwards could prevent the snow from falling directly into it and prevent the crystal dragon's ice crystal domain from discovering them. The design was rather ingenious. Han Jiangxue casually summoned a fireware puppet to provide light for everyone. At the side, Jiang Xiao was already ready to go. There were no doors or entrances to the cellar because Li Yishu had sealed it from the inside. There were only air vents here. Hence, without destroying the terrain, they could only rely on the star techniques of teleportation and teleportation. However, the shadow crow transformed into a little crow and was able to hover down from the air vent, barely managing to fly in. Phew! Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and glanced at everyone. "Don't look so sullen. When I come back, it means that my mission has been completed. When that time comes, no one is allowed to cheer. Don't attract the dragon over, understand? Everyone." Jiang Zhao's words dispelled the low spirits and heavy atmosphere of parting. Second Last pressed her hand against Jiang Zhao's head and pressed it toward her. Second Last lowered her head and bumped her forehead against Jiang Zhao's. "Be careful." Along the way, they had gone through too many dangers and near-death situations. Even a resolute Second Last felt a little emotional under such special circumstances. Jiang Xiao was going to attract the 4 crystal dragons and a terrifying star dragon. He was going to create an earth-shattering battle. The difficulty of such a task was simply not something that an ordinary person could complete. In fact, it was something that ordinary people could not even imagine. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If there was anything he could say to comfort her, this would be it. Jiang Xiao said softly, "You know me." Jiang Xiao then pushed Second Last away and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. He had also said those words to Han Jiangxue. Afterwards, Jiang Xiao did not bid farewell anymore and immediately left in a flash, appearing in the desert. He returned to the corpse of the hidden dragon. As soon as Jiang Xiao appeared, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, and ice crystals were floating in midair. There was also the special frost dragon breath beside Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao flashed in front of the corpse of the hidden dragon while the crystal dragon was eating. Hence, he could imagine how close they were. So, the question was, how close were they? The answer was, as close as they could get. There was no need to use the star technique Rain of Tears to lure the crystal dragons. The 4 crystal dragons were already there, eating and biting the hidden dragon's body. Jiang Zhao's appearance stunned the 4 kings who were eating. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao waved his sword and a giant blood-colored sword appeared in his hand. He then slashed the lower jaw of the crystal dragon, and green glow appeared on the sword. Whoosh, roar. The massive creature that looked like a divine beast that was 35 to 36 meters long was sent flying more than 100 meters away by a kid. A field of frost and snow danced chaotically, and a field of ice crystals flowed everywhere. The scene was extremely shocking. The soul-stirring roar of the dragon drifted away and echoed in the beautiful night sky. The other 3 crystal dragons were dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao tried his best to raise his head and look at the 3 huge dragon heads. He held the sword in one hand, spread his hands, and shrugged his shoulders. The crystal dragons were speechless. In this world, if there was really someone who could integrate suave and surly into one action, that person's name must be Jiang Xiao. Huff! The crystal dragon was instantly infuriated. Although there was no fire in its large eyes, they were almost frozen to the point of cracking. Pieces of ice crystals blew over fiercely. Jiang Xiao grinned and flashed, appearing 100 meters behind him. Jiang Xiao whistled at the crystal dragons in the distance and gestured at them. Immediately after, large pieces of ice crystals fell down. Jiang Shao held onto the flower blade and slashed it left and right, cutting the squarish ice crystal neatly. Amidst these sugar cubes, his body leaned left and right, dodging and twisting. It was simply amazing. He displayed his skills that had been tempered in actual combat to the fullest. It turned out that Jiang Shao could fly through the flowers in the meteorite fire, and he could also do the same in the sugar cubes. Hey, huh? Green glow appeared on Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and he knocked away a piece of ice crystal. He then raised his sword and sliced the ice crystal that was falling on his head, causing 2 pieces of ice crystal to fall on both sides of his body. Such cute cubes of sugar really made my figure look even sweeter. At the next moment, Jiang Shao was shocked. Damn it, so fast. They can shrink the ground 100 meters away. These exquisite ice crystal dragons can actually move at high speed when they're furious. Their speed is probably not much slower than the Blade of Death, right? What kind of insane race value is this? What kind of terrifying physical attributes are they? They're indeed worthy of being diamond-level creatures. The dragons that have given up on the star technique of ice crystal are moving at full speed at a terrifying speed. They can even get the Shadow Crow to come. I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Jiang Shao didn't dare to be careless. Although he had many thoughts, he teleported even faster and teleported 1,000 meters away. Jiang Shao wasn't afraid that the crystal dragons wouldn't be able to find him because he was still within the range of the ice crystal domain. He knew that he couldn't escape their eyes. Jiang Shao leaped back gently and seemed to have a tendency to lie down. The sea engulfing robe understood and flew away with Jiang Shao. You crystal dragons have an insane race value, and my sea engulfing robe isn't for nothing. We're both diamond-level big shots, so why don't we compare our speeds? A few seconds later, Jiang Shao flashed again. The sea engulfing robe really can't compare to the speed of the dragons. It doesn't matter. My sea engulfing robe is in the deep sea, while yours is in the sky. It's understandable that I can't compare to you. In the process of escaping, Jiang Zhao's eyes had already turned red, and it was drizzling. After flying backward and flashing for a while, Jiang Shao stepped into the grassland. Soon, he found a stream and a land with traces of soil being turned over. Jiang Shao continued to fly backward and calculated the distance between this place and the corpse of the desert hidden dragon. He then flashed in the direction that Han Jiangxue had instructed him to go. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and floated in the air while looking at the endless grassland below. The question now was, where's the star dragon? Did it fly away because it was woken up? As Jiang Shao flashed, it began to drizzle in the area. Amidst the drizzle, Jiang Shao looked up abruptly and saw a massive creature hovering in the sky. Looking down at Jiang Shao, the scene was rather awkward. Okay. Jiang Shao waved his hand at the star dragon. The skin of the star dragon was extremely peculiar, so peculiar that it was beyond Jiang Zhao's imagination. Its skin was in motion. Yes, the nearly 40-meter-long star dragon skin was a black void with stars surrounding it. On its body, one could see the dazzling galaxy and even the dreamlike nebula. That spiral, is it a stellar system? Its dazzling body seemed to contain a universe. It was incomparably magnificent, incomparably profound. Just a glance at it would make one feel insignificant. However, the dreamlike dragon had an incomparably majestic aura that was really suppressing and enveloping Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao could not tell which was the pupil of the huge dragon's eyes that were filled with bright stars, but he could clearly feel that his body was being locked by its gaze. However, the star dragon did not attack Jiang Shao. It quietly floated in the sky, overlooking everything, including Jiang Shao, crushing Jiang Zhao's aura. When the star dragon realized that the weak creature dared not move at all, it turned its head around arrogantly, as if it couldn't be bothered to look at Jiang Shao again. In fact, it didn't even let out a threatening dragon breath and roar before flying away quietly. It was like a different dragon compared to the state it was in when everyone disturbed its sleep. Seeing that the star dragon was leaving, Jiang Shao was not happy. What do you mean? You attacked when there was a group of people around? You looked down on me when there was only one of me? Who are you looking down on? I'm also wearing the sea-devouring robe of Diamond Rake. What? Is your race value so high that it can crush everything? I'll release the humming whale to fight you. Whoosh! Jiang Shao swung his sword. Crack! The rapidly spinning flower blade accurately hit the Star Dragon's tail, hitting an eagle-shaped nebula. The Star Dragon's body suddenly stopped. Jiang Zhao's expression changed too. How could such a sharp flower blade not penetrate the Star Dragon's skin? When Jiang Shao slashed at the face of the Crystal Dragon, just now, he managed to cut off pieces of ice crystals. Is the Star Dragon's defense so high? High in the sky, the Star Dragon suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Shao with its bright eyes. Jiang Shao stood in midair, the tail of his pitch-black cloak fluttering as he slowly flew backward. Jiang Shao grinned, raised his head, and whistled at Star Dragon. Star Dragon was dumbfounded. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 861. Star Dragon's gigantic head that was surrounded by floating nebulae was extremely mysterious and exquisite, but it made a retarded expression. Or rather, it looked like it was looking at a retard. The Star Dragon tilted its head slightly and even blinked. It stared at Jiang Shao with its huge eyes, seemingly a little dumbfounded and unsure of what the ant below was going to do. Jiang Shao held the flower blade and pointed it at Star Dragon from afar. If I kill you, I'll be the real evil dragon. If he wasn't mistaken, Star Dragon probably couldn't understand Mandarin. However, given Jiang Zhao's posture, Star Dragon didn't need to understand Jiang Zhao's language to understand his provocation. In the night sky, a dazzling star suddenly fell. Jiang Shao, who was wearing the sea-devouring robe, tilted his body and dodged the falling star by a hair's breadth. The star should be a pure energy body that emitted dazzling rays of light. It was at least 5 meters in diameter and didn't seem like a star technique that could be summoned easily. Bang! The star fell on the grassland, and not only did it create a huge pit, but also exploded instantly, sputtering terrifying energy in all directions. Jiang Shao was secretly shocked. How could a star that Star Dragon casually summoned be so powerful? Star Dragon seemed a little surprised and interested. Its pair of starry eyes locked onto Jiang Shao. It raised its head slightly again, and another huge star fell from the sky. Dodge, Jiang Shao flew rapidly in the air and dodged the huge star again. However, the falling star did not continue to fall. Instead, it suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Jiang Shao again. Wow, are you a sore loser? How can such a huge star track me? With the help of the sea-devouring robe, Jiang Shao flew randomly and dodged the star's pursuit. However, the language that Star Dragon couldn't understand seemed to be a provocation to it. So, energy surged and the star shone brightly. The star fell, and there seemed to be a meteor shower on the grassland. Jiang Shao couldn't care less. In a flash, he stood 100 meters away from Star Dragon and swung the flower blade in his hand at the huge body of Star Dragon. Star Dragon's body was clearly 100 meters away from Jiang Shao, but the dragon's roar seemed to come from the deep universe. It was faint and dreamy. It's coming, it's coming. It had brought a group of stars with it. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Jiang Shao turned around and fled towards the desert. Within the range of his reign, he had already sensed the small ice crystal floating in midair in the ice crystal domain. Did the crystal dragon also come? Very good. Both teams were ready. The show was about to begin. Jiang Zhao's figure flew rapidly in the drizzle, chasing after a bright star behind him. In front of Jiang Shao was a group of crystal dragons that were rushing towards him. Their mouths were wide open and emitting a strong, icy aura. Under the furious gaze of the 4 crystal dragons, Jiang Shao was really reckless. Holding a flower blade, he charged into the group of dragons and killed his way over. It was getting closer and closer. Facing the ferocious tail of the ice crystal dragon, Jiang Zhao's body sank abruptly and rushed towards the hinterland of the enemy camp with the stars behind him. A piece of sugar cube fell and a frosty aura sprayed down. The sea-engulfing robe that Jiang Shao was wearing actually seemed to be frozen. Whoosh! At the moment when Jiang Shao was about to collide with a crystal dragon, his figure suddenly disappeared. Jiang Zhao's figure disappeared, but the stars that followed him did not disappear. Rumble. In the cellar, Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over worriedly. Huh. Jiang Shao spat out a cloud of frost, and the sea engulfing robe on his body shook thrice, scattering pieces of ice crystals. Jiang Zhao's lips turned purple from the cold, and he quickly walked towards the fireworks mages. Han Jiangxue waved her hands, and 3 fireworks mages appeared in a row, surrounding Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was speechless. The fireworks mages were tall and burly, each of them more than 5 meters tall. Han Jiangxue did have good intentions and wanted to warm up Jiang Zhao's body. However, the scene at this moment was rather comical. Jiang Shao was like a bullied brat who was surrounded by a group of burly men. Everything was ready except for Jiang Shao to hug his head and squat down. The sea engulfing robe's choice was beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. It actually brought Jiang Zhao's body into the arms of one of the fireworks mages. Is the Diamond Tycoon really not afraid of being burned? He even deliberately let the fireworks mages defrost him? How is it? Second last asked from outside. Before Jiang Shao could respond, everyone heard the roar of a dragon in the distance. Majestic, furious. It was not without reason that people used the phrase the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon to describe the majestic and resonant sound. Tsk tisk. Jiang Shao couldn't help but be astonished when he heard the furious roar that seemed to be able to cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. If he recorded the sound and used it as an alarm, the effect would definitely be perfect. The beautiful day started for being scared silly. As the battle began, soil slid down from the ceiling of the cellar, and Li Yishu hurriedly used her Earth Star technique to reinforce the ceiling of the cellar. Everyone's hearts palpitated with fear. They couldn't see what was happening outside, but the earth-shattering sound allowed them to imagine a lot of images. The sound of ice crystals being smashed, the sound of stars falling, and the sound of explosions. The furious roars of the crystal dragons and the arrogant and majestic roars of the star dragon. Regardless of how elite the soldiers in the cellar were, they all became obedient children at this moment. No one dared to make a sound, and all of them listened quietly to the battle of doomsday in the distance. The intelligence of the dragons was above average. Of course, the star dragon knew that it had been used, and the crystal dragons also knew that the star dragon in front of them was not their initial target. However, apart from having high intelligence, the dragons also had another biological characteristic: arrogance. Arrogance was the bane of all dragons. Have we fallen into the trap of the villains? Yes, we all know that, but so what? Those who stand in my way will die. The battle lasted for a long time, so long that everyone could no longer sit still. No, we can't go on like this. If the battle continues, it will only attract more dragons. Let's go, Jiang Shao said softly. Okay. Second last nodded with a sullen expression. The development of the situation had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. They initially thought that the battle would end quickly and that they could reap the benefits. However, it seemed that the battle would continue for a long time. Jiang Shao suggested, "Let's go to the desert where the corpse of the hidden dragon is. It's safe there for the time being." Second last said, "Sure." Han Jiangxue took out the ripple ball, but at the next moment, her expression changed because the dark space teleportation shield did not open. Second last said, Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue frowned and turned to look at second last. She said softly, "The teleportation shield can't be opened." Everyone was stunned. Jiang Shao immediately flashed on the spot. He was indeed in the same spot, but he didn't flash at all. Second last and Li Yishu waved their hands at the same time, but the door of the Calamity Ruins did not open either. Imprisoned dragon? The imprisoned dragon has appeared? Doesn't that creature live in the deepest part of the dragon cave? Why did it come here? Was it attracted by the earth-shattering battle of the dragons? The Heavenly Hound said with a sullen expression, "I'm sorry, that was my suggestion." The Heavenly Hound wanted to say that he had to take responsibility for this operation, but he discovered to his dismay that he couldn't afford to bear the responsibility at all. The team might very well be buried there because of his suggestion. Such a situation was also happening. Second last raised a finger and looked at them sternly while suppressing everyone's voices. She said softly, "The last thing we need now is to blame ourselves and panic. Everyone, fight well." The group of soldiers had solemn expressions on their faces and stood ramrod straight. Second last said, "Han Jiangxue, cancel the fireworks puppets." The 4 fireworks puppets then disappeared without a trace, and the cellar was plunged into darkness. A small flame appeared in second last's hand, which provided the lowest level of illumination. Under such special circumstances, second last became the only voice in the team. Our Space Series star techniques have only been sealed. We can use our other star techniques normally. The Heavenly Hound's eyes glistened, and he said, "Ice crystals and frost can't float in, but fog can. The fog dragon will definitely discover our existence. We can't be sure if the imprisoned dragon or the fog dragon will leave first. So, we can't just wait here. Even if we seal the vents, we have to bear a certain amount of risk." Ever since they entered the dragon cave, every battle and even every action they took was a life-and-death situation. Now, they were experiencing the greatest crisis in the dragon cave, or even in their entire Star Warrior career. Second last looked at the Heavenly Hound and said, "The problem has already appeared. What I want is a solution." The Heavenly Hound murmured softly, "As you said, only our Space Series star techniques have been sealed. However, if we act rashly and get discovered by the imprisoned dragon, all our star power and star techniques will be sealed." The Heavenly Hound gestured to Li Yishu and said, "Let's use the Mud series to open up a path. We'll move underground directly. It might be slower, but as long as we leave this battlefield, we'll definitely be able to escape from the imprisoned dragon. The most important thing is to be cautious during the process of moving. We can't make too big of a move. We can't let any dragons discover our existence." Second last pondered for a moment and agreed with the Heavenly Hound's plan. She turned to look at Li Yishu and said, "You heard it. Now, open up a tunnel diagonally downward. Everyone, keep quiet and follow. 9 tails, bring up the rear." Li Yishu stretched his hand out and the mud wall in front of him surged, forming the shape of a tunnel. The flames in second last's hands quickly covered her palms, and she led the way. They stepped onto the path that Li Yishu had opened up for them and walked diagonally downward. Jiang Xiao, who was at the back of the team, walked into the mud tunnel. Behind him, the mud at the entrance of the tunnel surged and was sealed. From a moment they encountered a crisis to finding a solution and executing it immediately, the personal qualities of the members of the team were displayed perfectly. They didn't panic at all and didn't make any unnecessary sounds. It's so comfortable to be able to act with such comrades. Jiang Xiao spread his hands and his arms, and a chubby little boy appeared with a white candle flame burning on its head. Jiang Xiao patted little candle's soft and supple body and said softly, "Use the light star technique." Little Candle twisted its body, and the white candle flame on its head became brighter, providing illumination for the people behind. In the middle of the team, Yin Xiaomu also appeared beside Han Jiangshue's feet. As soon as the cute little fiery figure appeared, it struck an interesting pose and raised its head to hug the sun. Wu Yil smack. Yin Xiaomu was kicked onto the ground by Han Jiangxue gently. Looking dejected, it rubbed its butt and stood up. It then followed Han Jiangxue obediently and dared not make any more sounds. Second last said, "Jiang Xiao, flash at any time and confirm if we've left the sealed area of the imprisoned dragon." Jiang Xiao said, "Got it." I recommended a book to my friend called Creating a Game World. Those who are interested can read it. In addition, Weibo is holding a lucky draw for the first anniversary of the publication of 9 Stars of Poison Milk. The prizes are 2,333 Chidian coins, *10, Chidian physical badges, *5, and QQ dolls, *1. There are also many pictures of the characters drawn by the big shots on Weibo. Those who are interested can take a look. Weibo name, You Loves Writing the Above text is free. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 862. In the underground tunnel, a group of people walked quietly. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Second last pressed Li Yishu's shoulder and pulled him back. Li Yishu immediately stopped opening the mud tunnel. Beside him, Inge tilted his head slightly and closed his eyes. He said softly, "I seem to have heard something. This sound is... There's an underground cave here? There's a dragon in the cave?" Inge clearly heard the sound of the dragon breathing. Second last was shocked and immediately raised her right fist. Everyone in the team immediately stopped. She said softly but sternly, "Retreat, retreat immediately." There was indeed an underground cavern a dozen meters away from the dirt tunnel that everyone was in, and there was indeed a giant dragon coiled in it. At this moment, it was silently looking at the empty wall on the left with its pair of bright, starry eyes. Clearly, it had already sensed something and remained motionless, seemingly waiting for its prey to take the bait. Its huge eyes seemed to be able to see through the layers of stone and soil and see the bodies of a group of ants. There's actually a star dragon here? In a dragon cave, the best places with the best environment seemed to have been occupied by star dragons. Hence, there was a problem now. Second last had a perception-type star technique that allowed her to quickly obtain information about the environment within a certain range. However, Star Dragon probably didn't have any perception-type star techniques. Yet, it managed to notice that someone was coming. What's going on? Is the dragon race's perceptive ability really that strong? Seemingly sensing that everyone was retreating, the dragon's eyes suddenly lit up and the dazzling galaxy in them flowed in an orderly manner. It was dreamy and beautiful. In the dragon's eyes that were filled with a river of stars, a star grew larger, as if it was flying over from the distant night sky. Finally, that star passed through the dragon's huge eyes and blasted out. Bang! The soil exploded and gravel flew everywhere. The debris of the star that splattered in all directions was filled with strong star power and destructive power, destroying everything in the area. In an instant, the underground cave trembled, and it was as if everything was wailing because of the star. Fu Hei raised his hand and cast a star technique of silence. He couldn't be bothered anymore. Li Yishu immediately activated her mud star technique to ensure that the shaking tunnel would not collapse and that everyone would not be buried there. Jiang Shao put on the sea-devouring robe and flew over everyone's heads. He crushed the black and white candle flame in his arms, turning it into starlight and integrating it into his star map. As a support member who brought up the rear of the team, he actually had to rush to the front lines when danger arose. Bang. Diamond silence. The irritable star dragon finally calmed down a little. Tail Feather Group. Charge in. Li Yishu roared. There was no way to retreat, no way to retreat anymore. Since they had been discovered, they couldn't return the way they came. Due to the terrain's limitations, it was inconvenient for them to escape or fight. If Star Dragon were to throw a few more stars, they would all be buried here. The most important thing was that they had yet to escape from the sealed area of the imprisoned dragon. Hence, they could not use their spatial star techniques to escape. At this moment, the difference between teleportation and rapid movement was once again revealed. Jiang Shao couldn't teleport, but Shadow Crow activated the Blade of Death and dashed into the underground cave with Second Last and Grace Tribulation. While Star Dragon was in silence, the group leaped out of the tunnel and formed a formation in the spacious underground cave. Star Dragon's massive head was indeed silenced, but its body that was nearly 40 meters long was not. The swaying of its massive tail caused the ground to shake violently. Whoosh, 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 Han Jiangxue immediately summoned a bunch of fireworks puppets to light up the dark underground cave. At the next moment, the cloak that Han Jiangxue was wearing fluttered rhythmically and brought her up into the sky. She flicked her fingers gently, and 2 gusts of barren wind swept out, immediately bringing the heavenly hound and Fu Hei up. Boom! The star dragon's huge and thick tail swept across, directly smashing a few of the newly summoned pyro hornbills. The power of an attack that relied purely on flesh and blood was actually so great. The group was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their mystical abilities. Shadow Crow transformed into a crow and flew up high, while Second Last and Grace Tribulation transformed into stars and leaped up high. Li Yishu also rode on Baishan Shuyu, which she had just summoned, and followed them. Jiang Shao had been standing in the air and swinging his diamond sound of silence repeatedly, but he dared not smash the dragon's tail with it. After all, the dragon's tail was very close to them, and if he were to imprison it, they might be scratched by the domain of silence. The gains would not make up for the losses. Concentrate your firepower. Attack! Li Yishu yelled. Ice roar. The heavy platinum ice roar swept out and smashed on the dragon's head that was covered in stars again and again. In pain, Star Dragon's tail swept back and forth and whipped up and down. This! Another dragon's roar sounded out, as if it came from the endless void. It had a mysterious aura and was filled with majesty. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened. This sound is obviously the ethereal sound of Star Dragon. There's actually a Star Dragon in this underground cave. It can't be. Among the dragon race, only crystal dragons would form groups while the other dragons would act alone. In fact, they would even disdain to team up with their own kind. What's going on? After the mysterious and majestic dragon roar, the dazzling stars lit up the dark cave and blasted over. Retreat. Hurry and retreat. Li Yishu's expression suddenly changed. The 8 dazzling stars were each more than 5 meters in diameter and pieced together to form a large net that made it impossible for them to dodge. Li Yishu subconsciously wanted to open the Calamity Ruins and use it as a special shield, but he still could not open the door of the Calamity Ruins. In his line of sight, a rapidly spinning ball of fire shot out. The huge ball of fire hit one of the resplendent stars. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth shook. Stars scattered everywhere, and under the huge explosion wave, it was a complete mess of people and horses. One by one, the elite soldiers were really like ants. They were directly flipped over and smashed into the mud walls, blasting human-shaped holes one after another. Their bodies smashed into the mud wall. This kind of injury was nothing. The key was the shockwave produced by the explosion of the stars. That was the real culprit that hurt everyone. The huge lynx was deeply embedded in the mud wall, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. Its soft fur had fallen off, and its skin had been torn apart, causing blood to flow everywhere. Second Last was injured to such an extent that the others were in a miserable state. Jiang Shao suppressed the surging sensation in his body and stood in midair with the help of the sea-devouring robe. He looked down at Han Jiangxue, who was curled up in his arms, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao with a pained expression. Even though she was cold and aloof, she still revealed her most genuine emotions at this moment. Under the protection of Jiang Shao, the sea-devouring robe, and the soul of the sea-devouring robe, Han Jiangxue did not suffer too much damage. "Hurry up and escape. Hurry, cough, cough." Li Yishu was riding on Baishan Shuiyu's back, while coughing and speaking intermittently. The Pegasus he was riding on was also disheveled and disheveled. Jiang Shao turned his head abruptly, only to discover that another 8 dazzling stars had drifted out from the depths of the cave. Ring, 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 Jiang Shao flew rapidly, accompanied by the crisp and melodious chimes of the bell. He scooped up the lynx that was embedded in the wall and grabbed her furry claw with one hand before flying into the distance. Behind him, Han Jiangxue was flying backward while dragging the 4 long flames in her hands. The heavenly hound, Fu Hei, the great sage, and Grace were tied to the other end as they fled. However, the 8 dazzling stars seemed to have an automatic tracking effect as they turned around and chased after them in a perfect arc. Ring, 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 white medical light waves jumped again and again, weaving a dense healing net in the formation of the fleeing crowd. In an extremely short period of time, not only did it heal the broken bodies of the people, but it also quickly calmed everyone's minds. Second Last also summoned her white mountain snow feather and flapped her wings under Jiang Zhao's body before flying away at a high speed. As Second Last transformed into a human, Jiang Zhao threw her onto Xiao Zhao's back and gritted his teeth before turning around and flying backward. He then looked at the dazzling stars that were chasing after him. Don't be rash. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Zhao flew backward side by side, while her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She tightened her flame torch whip inch by inch and pulled the 4 people that were tied to it closer. She had clearly noticed Jiang Zhao's gaze. Does he want to smash those huge stars? If he wanted to shatter it, Grace Retribution could do it, but after experiencing the near-death experience and the earth-shattering explosion, Grace Retribution didn't dare to confront the star that was chasing after him. Ahead, Shadow Crow suddenly transformed into a human and ran on the wall while yelling, "Ahead!" As he spoke, the Shadow Crow that was running horizontally on the wall transformed into a crow again, flapping its wings and flying forward. Huh! Jiang Zhao turned his head abruptly, only to see another star dragon. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhao shot a shot of diamond silence at the huge dragon's head. Bang! The stars that had been chasing after them, following their escape routes, seemed to have lost their sense of direction. They no longer pursued in an arc. Instead, they crashed straight into the wall. Fortunately, the stars were a distance away from the team, so they did not suffer as much damage as before. However, the shockwave from the explosion still sent everyone flying. Jiang Zhao was shocked and thought to himself, is Star Dragon the mastermind behind this? It's clearly resting here, but the stars took a detour and chased after them from another angle. What does that mean? Was it trying to hide its location? Logically speaking, if they wanted to seek revenge, they would, of course, explore the direction where the stars came from. This wisdom? Of course, it was wisdom, but it did not make sense. Why would a star dragon hide its location? Why would 2 star dragons live in the same cave? The sea-devouring rogue tried its best to resist the strong wind behind him, try to make Jiang Zhao fly more steadily. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. An item solved all of Jiang Zhao's doubts. An egg. A huge dragon egg. A dragon egg that seemed to contain an endless starry sky with a unique dynamic skin was slowly pushed into the mud wall by the huge star dragon's tail. Such a deceitful action made the dragon egg even more eye-catching. Behind them, the furious voice of Star Dragon could be heard. In front of them, the dragon that pushed the dragon egg into the wall opened its bloody mouth and faced the team, but it could not make any sound. However, because the thing that was curled up by its tail was forced into the wall, it did not choose to use its tail to attack them. Instead, it roared silently at them. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. No wonder the 2 star dragons were together. Were they protecting their young? Top. Chapter 863. Behind them, star dragons' enraged roar resounded throughout the cave, and a large number of stars flew over rapidly. Hurry! Hurry! Li Yishu yelled angrily. Although they were not cowards, they would not give up their lives because of the temptation in front of them. Dong! 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 At this moment, the cave shook and a heavy sound came from above. A large amount of soil and gravel fell, and a huge gap appeared above everyone's head. The gap was transparent, but they could not see the sky above through it. Hidden dragon. Under the faint outline was a huge hidden dragon. 2 translucent, small hidden dragons rushed towards the imprisoned star dragon. Then, the hidden dragon's huge head also reached over. That action. Was it going to eat the star dragon's dragon egg? The group had already fled far away. Jiang Zhao, who was flying backwards, saw the star dragon crash into the wall. The instant it left the domain of silence, the starry sky skin on the star dragon's body flickered, and a large number of stars surged out of the star dragon's huge body. However, compared to the star dragon that was resisting, the star dragon that was chasing behind them had already blasted the hidden dragon's body with its stars. The cave finally collapsed. Li Yishu quickly reined in his horse and raised his hand high. The cave that was shaking violently completely collapsed, except for the position where everyone was. Soil and gravel spread to both sides. Huge rocks and thick soil slid down from everyone's side, completely blocking everyone's vision. In just a few seconds, a beam of light shone down. It was daytime outside the cave. Although it was daytime, the wind and snow were blowing, and it was obvious that they were still in Crystal Dragon's ice crystal domain. No one dared to act rashly, and they all became frogs at the bottom of the well. Li Yishu hurriedly waved his hand and sealed the cave entrance with soil. But it was too late. The huge ice crystal cube smashed down on everyone's heads with incomparable precision, causing the soil to collapse downwards, and the ice crystals continued to attack. Li Yishu hurriedly reached to his side, and everyone quickly moved underground. However, a bright star completely destroyed everyone's illusion of moving. It was unknown where this star came from, but it blasted a large hole in the grassland, exposing everyone to the rapidly setting sun. Everyone bowed and covered their heads, while Jiang Xiao looked up at the sky. It was because Jiang Zhao's cloak had covered his head and blocked all the debris. The tail of the cloak swept away the layers of soil before falling again. At this moment, Jiang Xiao saw two giant dragons biting each other in the sky. Their heads and tails were connected, and they were frantically tearing each other's bodies apart. Under the bright sky, dazzling stars fell from the sky, smashing in the direction of the two dragons. The translucent miniature stealth dragons coiled around the star dragon's body with all their might, biting and tearing at it. The scene was extremely tragic. In his line of sight, a crystal dragon passed by the star dragon and the hidden dragon that were entangled with each other. With an enraged aura and unparalleled impact, it madly sprayed out ice crystal breath, flew over quickly, and also plunged headfirst. Jiang Xiao raised his hand and cast a sound of silence, and the speed of the rapidly descending crystal dragon suddenly decreased. Its head was shackled, but its body and tail were not, so the scene was rather comical. The crystal dragon stretched its body to its limit and stabbed downward. With the dragon head restrained, its body continued to move forward, but it did not exceed the dragon head. It actually coiled in circles, as if it had turned into a bubble gum roll. How much hatred did the crystal dragons have for Jiang Xiao? As soon as the ice crystal domain discovered Jiang Xiao, the crystal dragons that were fighting with the star dragon actually abandoned the enemy in front of them and flew over quickly. At the same time, the star dragon that was fighting with the crystal dragons also chased after them. The sun quickly fell, and a meteor streaked across the grassland again. Under the dazzling galaxy, a crystal dragon and two crystal dragons that only had half of their bodies left charged towards Jiang Xiao, while a star dragon chased after them. There was another battlefield above their heads, which was a battle between another star dragon and a hidden dragon that had sneaked up on a child. Beside them, there was a crystal dragon bubble roll that was shackled in midair and moving downward slowly. This scene, in the end, Li Yishu, who was on the verge of despair, yelled, "Stall the enemy and break through to the right." Grace Tribulation once again transformed into a star weapon, and the rapidly spinning flame spiral ball shot towards the bubblegum roll of the crystal dragon. Han Jiangxue waved her hand, and a ball of white flames floated towards the neck of the giant dragon. The two white mountain snow feathers smashed the ice and roared at the crystal dragon. Jiang Xiao and Fu Hei cast the sound of silence again and again. Li Yishu quickly opened up a path to the right, and everyone felt an unprecedented sense of fear and trepidation. They retreated while fighting and once again sank into the ground. "You can blink now." Jiang Zhao's voice suddenly sounded, awakening everyone. Without waiting for Li Yishu and second-last orders, Han Jiangxue immediately opened up a dark sky teleportation shield, after which the ripples around the teleportation shield immediately shrank and everyone disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, everyone appeared in a desert in front of the broken corpse of a hidden dragon. Everyone stood rooted to the ground in a daze while large chunks of soil and gravel fell. Due to her anxiety, Han Jiangxue also brought along a lot of miscellaneous items from the underground of the grassland. All of a sudden, no one spoke, and there was dead silence. It was too thrilling. What does it mean to be rescued from a hopeless situation? Is it because Qiu Long wants to take action and doesn't want to seal off the area for the time being? What exactly happened? Amidst the silence, an earth-shattering sound came from the distance under the night sky. Gulp! In Crow's Adam's apple squirmed, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is this Star Dragon? Star Dragon's self-destruction? Everyone looked at each other, and no one responded. A few seconds later, a wave of air that was visible to the naked eye spread out along with a layer of dust, causing everyone's hair and clothes to be messed up. There seemed to be nothing else that could have such great power apart from the Star Dragon's self-destruction. Jiang Zhao's cloak covered his face and shielded him from the strong wind. He frowned and said, "Did Qiu Long discover that something was amiss and so fled the battlefield in advance? That's why we can use the spatial star technique." The Heavenly Hound froze for a moment and thought about the possibility of Jiang Zhao's words. The battlefield was indeed a little chaotic, and such a situation could also happen when the Star Dragon was protecting its young. However, could its young survive such a degree of self-destruction? Has the Star Dragon, whose tail is wrapped around the dragon egg and buried underground, escaped far enough? However, no matter what, the Star Dragon clan is really stubborn. This temper, this attitude, it was also unyielding to a certain extent. While thinking about it, In Crow's eyes turned red and it started drizzling again. Jiang Xiao frowned and his eyes turned red too. A few moments later, In Crow exclaimed, "Corpses! There are a lot of corpses." The Heavenly Hound frantically said, "But Qiu Long might return there. Are we really going there?" All of a sudden, everyone was caught in a dilemma. In Crow said, "I didn't find Qiu Long. It should be hiding underground." All of a sudden, everyone felt a chill down their spines, and they were filled with lingering fear. Previously, they had encountered 2 star dragons while they were moving underground. They had thought that they had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes, but now it seemed that they had been lucky. If they had accidentally entered Qiu Long's territory while moving underground, they would have been really unlucky. "Wait," Second Last said. In Crow frantically said, "There's still a hidden dragon alive at the edge of the battlefield. It's flying towards the battlefield and might be devouring the corpses and star beads." This, faced with such a huge temptation, everyone was a little hesitant. Jiang Zhao's eyes froze, and he sensed that a star dragon's head had popped out of the grassland that had almost been flattened. It quickly summoned the star beads in the air and smashed them towards the hidden dragon that had flown into the battlefield. As a war reporter, In Crow hurriedly reported, "Another star dragon has come out. It should be the star dragon that was guarding the dragon egg previously. It's fighting the hidden dragon." "Okay." Second Last nodded and thought, "There seems to be a turn for the better." This situation was, of course, what everyone wanted to see. To the star dragon, its partner had created so many meals for it, so it should swim up to receive the final gift from its partner. The enemy was only the hidden dragon. Under such circumstances, the star dragon was not afraid of it at all. "I saw the dragon egg wrapped around its tail." "That's it," In Crow said again. "There's a dragon egg wrapped around its tail? Does it have to bring the dragon egg with it, even in battle? Doesn't it intend to be separated for a moment? It didn't hide it beforehand?" Second Last looked at Li Yishu and said, "Open this cellar." Li Yishu immediately got into action. Second Last turned to look at In Crow and said, "Report the situation on the battlefield at all times. If the imprisoned dragon doesn't appear, we'll choose the right time to enter." Everyone entered the simple cellar that Li Yishu had created. In Crow's eyes were still bloodshot, and he was paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. However, he said, "They're causing quite a commotion. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll attract other dragons." The Heavenly Hound asked, "Are those crystal dragons already dead?" "Yes, even their bodies were blown into pieces. They can't be any more dead than they are," In Crow said. Hearing this, the Heavenly Hound was secretly speechless. After a moment of silence, he still expressed his stance. "The imprisoned dragon is very likely still hiding underground. If we want to go, we must be prepared to fight the imprisoned dragon." Inkro said, 2 hidden dragon star beads, 2 star dragon star beads for crystal dragon star beads, 1 hidden dragon, 1 star dragon, and 1 dragon egg. Let's calculate the gains and losses. Jiang Shao had heard of a phrase before, and it was called getting rich. If they could reap the benefits of this fight, then it would really be a big wave of fat. Just as Second Last was about to say something, Inkro continued. The hidden dragon is trying to escape. It obviously can't withstand the falling stars anymore. The star dragon doesn't seem to have the intention to kill it. It seems to just want to chase the hidden dragon away. Jiang Shao raised his head abruptly and looked at Second Last. I'll go. Second Last stared at Jiang Shao with her long and narrow eyes and said, be it active or passive, we'll have to meet the imprisoned dragon eventually. This is the most important part of our exploration mission. Staring at the sullen crowd, Second Last continued, we have 20 days to explore, but if we really obtain those star beads, or even a dragon's egg, our mission will be completed in advance. With such a harvest, we won't continue to take risks here. Everyone nodded secretly. If the battle went well, they would probably have to leave the dragon cave in advance. The value of the star beads and dragon eggs was undeniable. Second Last nodded gently at Han Jiangxue, who was beside her. Everyone tensed up and kept their guard up. Since things had already come to this, they had to press on. At the next moment, the teleportation shield was activated on the battlefield, and everyone appeared in midair. Why are we in midair? Without a doubt, Han Jiangxue teleported back to the grassland. Under normal circumstances, everyone would be standing on the ground. However, at this moment, the grassland in her memory had already changed beyond recognition. There was a deep pit that seemed to have no end in sight. This place really looked like it had been bombed. What was once a beautiful grassland was only a wasteland. Those who couldn't fly quickly landed on the ground. The rest of them were either riding horses or standing in midair, looking at the star dragon that was swimming back from afar. Jiang Zhao's figure flickered. There's no problem. Jiang Shao frantically said, the imprisoned dragon is not here. Second Last frantically said, everyone, hold back the star dragon. Inkro, hurry and pick up the star beads. At the same time, the spiral flame bomb spun rapidly in front of the three-tailed fox's face and shot towards the star dragon that was flying towards it. The star dragon's body suddenly froze in midair, and its body lit up with a dreamy glow. Star Chilin body. However, before the spinning spiral flame bomb hit the star dragon's body, a shot of sound of silence had already hit the star dragon's head. The star Chilin body broke apart immediately. The dark golden halo of nostalgia suddenly lit up under everyone's feet, and layers of faint blue mist were also added to everyone's bodies through Fu Hei's palms. Ice roar immediately swept out, and white flames were also emitted. The great sage dashed forward rapidly, and the star map on his body lit up all of a sudden. The rod in his hand was immediately smeared with a golden-red luster. Everyone was racing against time. Although investigating the imprisoned dragon was their important task, no one was willing to fight 2 dragons at the same time. Jiang Shao threw Sound of Silence again and again, restraining the star dragon's body and protecting the team members in front of him. However, he felt his vision blur. Inkro's figure shuttled rapidly on the battlefield and finally rushed to Jiang Shao, holding a pile of star beads and stuffing them into Jiang Zhao's arms. All of a sudden, a large amount of information surged out of Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Damn it! Jiang Shao wasn't frightened by Inkro, but he was shocked by the crazy influx of information. This time he was really rich. For 1,000 words, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 864. There was still one more chapter to go after 20 points. Jiang Shao held the pile of star beads in his arms. At this moment, he obviously didn't have the time to read the information. In Jiang Zhao's perception, the star dragon that was being controlled and unable to use any offensive or defensive star techniques was being smashed by a Sun Dashing's rod at the joint between its head and body. However, the star dragon's defensive power was obviously much higher than that of the crystal dragon and the hidden dragon. Under the concentrated fire of everyone, its body actually did not shatter. How great would it be if Home Mingming was around? Jiang Shao sighed in his heart, feeling a little helpless. At this moment, Jiang Shao discovered several translucent black dragons emerging from the ground at the same time, surrounding the team, and swimming slowly in a clockwise manner. Jiang Shao frowned. The little dragons in all directions were clearly a distance away from the team. They were not attacking them. So, Jiang Shao once again used the space-time rift, but his body didn't react at all. His eyes froze, and he thought, has this area been sealed? Jiang Shao cast a sound of silence, but the little dragon was still moving freely in the sound of silence, and its body wasn't restrained at all. So, the little dragon isn't a real creature, but a dragon-shaped star technique? Jiang Shao was shocked, and in the domain tier's perception, he saw a huge dragon head slowly emerging from the ground. What is mighty? What is domineering? It was a pitch-black eastern dragon. Its scales were as black as ink, but its whiskers and fur were white. Its pitch-black eyes stared at the crowd from afar. Immediately afterwards, several illusory, imprisoned dragons that were stained with black spots darted out of the ground and flew towards them. Inge yelled angrily, "Imprisoned dragons! Underground! Pay attention!" Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a sound of silence. Whoosh! The black dragon head that was just about to roar suddenly lost its voice. However, there was a problem. The little imprisoned dragons that had come out of the ground, as well as the little imprisoned dragons that were slowly swimming around the group, were not disturbed at all. They were still conscientiously carrying out their mission. Jiang Zhao's body flew backwards rapidly. He absolutely could not let these illusory and pitch-black little enslaved dragons entangle him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang! Jiang Shao, who was flying backward, felt a sharp pain in his back as his body slammed into an invisible wall of air. The miniature black dragons not only sealed off the area, but also created an invisible barrier. At the same time, there was a loud noise. The star dragon finally died. The great sage propped up his huge body and reached towards the severed head. He took out a blood-stained star bead that seemed to contain an endless starry sky. "Be careful!" Shadow Crow shouted. Second Last said at the same time, "Cancel the body of star power." Obeying Second Last's orders had already become the great sage's instinct. He subconsciously canceled the body of star power, and almost at the same time, a small illusory black dragon pounced on nothing. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and Li Yishu made everyone retreat rapidly. Shadow Crow reacted extremely quickly. Seeing that a small imprisoned dragon was about to pounce on the starry dragon egg, Shadow Crow's body flashed, and he put together the Tang sword in his hand, after which he cast the Blade of Death. He actually tried to snatch food from the dragon's mouth by wrapping one hand around the starry dragon egg that was about the same size as his upper body. He then waved the Tang sword in his other hand and shuttled away again. The Heavenly Hound yelled, "We can't go on like this. The little imprisoned dragons are narrowing the circle. We'll be entangled by them sooner or later." Li Yishu yelled, "Seize every second and attack." With the help of the domain tiers and the sea-devouring robe, Jiang Shao flew back and forth in the sky, while moving left and right to avoid the intrusion of the little imprisoned dragons. He also imprisoned the pitch-black dragon head again and again. Although they were called little imprisoned dragons, that was only in comparison to the massive body of the underground imprisoned dragons. In fact, the illusory and pitch-black little imprisoned dragons were at least 8 meters long. Damn it! Jiang Shao was not a person who liked to swear. However, when he narrowly avoided the entanglement of a small enslaved dragon, the feeling of fear and trepidation caused him to blurt out vulgarities. Njie's foxhowl sounded from below. Jiang Shao didn't have to look at the domain tiers at all, for he could already sense that Njie had revealed his true form. The three-tailed fox's huge tail did not escape the small dragon's attack. Immediately, the small dragon followed suit and immediately wrapped around the three-tailed fox's body. In just a short 3 seconds, The three-tailed fox directly transformed into Grace's human form. Not only that, but the little imprisoned dragon also wrapped itself tightly around Njia. Its body that was supposed to be illusory seemed to have a physical body as it squeezed in Jia's body frantically. The same scene was happening to the Heavenly Hound and Fu Hei. The little dragons that created a sealed area in all directions continuously shrank, while the illusory little dragons that were scurrying around attacked the crowd again and again. Even if they were to be scratched, the star techniques of the humans would be instantly sealed. The soldiers couldn't even move their bodies. Not only were they sealing the star power of the soldiers, but they were also destroying their bodies. In the domain tiers, Jiang Shao sensed that second last, the great sage, Shadow Crow, and the others had narrowly avoided the entanglement of the little dragons again and again. His heart was in his throat. Damn it! The dragon's head had clearly been sealed with Sound of Silence, and it could no longer cast any star techniques. However, the little dragons that had already been summoned were not affected at all. What should I do? In the domain of Sound of Silence, the pitch-black dragon head slowly emerged from the ground. Although its movements were extremely slow, it was extremely firm. Its dark eyes were fixed on Jiang Shao, who was flying around in the air. At this moment, the human and dragon had already become sworn enemies. Han Jiangshua shrieked in shock as the tail of the Sea Devourer was bitten by a little imprisoned dragon. Her body sank abruptly in midair and was entangled by the little imprisoned dragon. Her teammates fell one after another, and Shadow Crow was the only one who persisted. Fly up, Shadow Crow. Go up. Don't bother about us. Jiang Shao yelled. He was the focus of attention and was surrounded by his several dragons. However, he still fell into the trap after saying that. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao lost contact with the star power in his body. Jiang Shao was being squeezed by the dragon's body, and the star beads in his arms fell to the ground one by one. In the distance, the dragon's head finally rose from the ground. When the dragon really raised its head, it seemed that everything was already destined. Charge! Sea Devourer robe! Charge over! Jiang Shao yelled as he leaned forward with all his might. The little imprisoned dragon wrapped itself around Jiang Zhao's body tightly, including the Sea Devourer robe that Jiang Shao was wearing. Under Jiang Zhao's command, the Sea Devourer robe displayed its amazing racial talent and enveloped Jiang Shao along with the dragons that were wrapped around him. They then dashed towards the huge dragon's head. 9 tails! Jiang Shao! 9 tails! Sounds rang out one after another. It was clear that it was extremely difficult for them to shout. Everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. What was waiting for them seemed to be being nibbled away bit by bit. However, Jiang Zhao's actions were really beyond everyone's expectations. The true colors of a hero could only be seen when the sea was turbulent. Xiaopi was in prosperity, Jiang Shao was in adversity, and Jiang Shao was in despair. At this moment, it was an extreme display of individual ability and determination. Roar! Without the shackles of silence, the imprisoned dragon opened its mouth and roared. The little imprisoned dragons darted out from the ground and dashed towards Jiang Shao. The diamond-quality Sea Devourer robe allowed the little imprisoned dragons to attack it, but it completely obeyed Jiang Zhao's instructions and dashed towards the bloody mouth of the imprisoned dragon. Jiang Shao actually plunged into the huge imprisoned dragon's mouth with a small imprisoned dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The huge body of the imprisoned dragon struggled violently, causing the ground to crack and airwaves to surge. Under Jiang Zhao's lead, the small imprisoned dragons that were summoned by the imprisoned dragon began to corrode the body of the imprisoned dragon from the inside. All living beings were truly equal. If the small imprisoned dragon needed to be maintained by the imprisoned dragon's star power after it was summoned, then the small imprisoned dragon would have disappeared long ago. The problem was that the summoned small imprisoned dragons did not need the help of the imprisoned dragon itself. The small imprisoned dragons had already formed their own faction and were independent individuals. The imprisoned dragon itself might be able to cancel the summoning of the small imprisoned dragons at will, but that was still unclear. However, The small imprisoned dragons had already been swallowed, and their star power had also been sealed by their own star technique. Roar, roar, roar. Almost at the same time, the little imprisoned dragons that were coiling around the people, including the little imprisoned dragons that were randomly flying in the air, and the little imprisoned dragons that were in formation, all changed their targets and attacked the enormous imprisoned dragon's main body. As the first person to be entangled by the small imprisoned dragons, the small imprisoned dragon on his body shattered when it left Grace's body and charged towards the main body of the imprisoned dragon. One after another, the small imprisoned dragons on the second batch of members that were bound by the small imprisoned dragons also shattered. Ever since the little imprisoned dragons were summoned by the giant imprisoned dragon, it was obvious that they had their own consciousness. Furthermore, their bodies didn't shatter at the same time. From this, it could be seen that there was a time limit to the summoned little imprisoned dragons. All of a sudden, everyone's star power connected to their bodies, and Fu Hei, who was covered in wounds, immediately sprinkled some sparkling star sand that quickly healed their broken bodies. Roar! The furious dragon roar carried with it a heavy pressure that intimidated all living things. Those miniature cage dragons that had chased over to protect their master all stopped in midair. As if they had received an order, they didn't know whether to advance or retreat. The dragons in the sky roared continuously at the huge, imprisoned dragon and swam back and forth restlessly in midair. Li Yishu yelled, "Tail Feather Regiment! Attack!" All of a sudden, there was a baptism of frost and flames. Second last's clothes were torn, and she was covered in blood. She strode towards the imprisoned dragon, and in the process of sprinting, a giant lynx had already taken shape. Unlike the previous lynx, this lynx had lost its soft fur and turned into a lava lynx through and through. Its huge paws left drops of lava on the ground. Behind her, there was a three-tailed fox whose snow-white fur had already been stained with blood. At the instant that it spat out a spiral ball, its huge body also turned into magma. At the back, the giant star power sage tapped his feet and created a huge pit in the ground one after another. His body was almost parallel to the ground as he dashed forward again and again while swinging his golden red rod. His long red hair was fluttering wildly in the air. Vanguard! There was no longer any thought of life or death in his mind. All he could think about was moving forward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under the dragons that filled the sky, the pitch-black dragon's head swayed left and right frantically, struggling and roaring. In front of the dragon's head, the three vanguards rushed over. Inya covered his mouth with one hand. He did not know what would happen to the great sage, but the fate of the two magma beasts seemed to have been decided. Inya had already thought of what was going to happen. Everyone saw the faint glow of the lynx and the demon fox's magma bodies. At this moment, the pitch-black dragon's head suddenly stopped struggling. In his body, the small imprisoned dragon's time had come to an end, and it no longer corroded the giant imprisoned dragon from inside. Similarly, it no longer sealed the star power. The crux of the problem was that the imprisoned dragon was no longer being disturbed. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge imprisoned dragon broke out of the ground and tore the ground apart. The huge body of the imprisoned dragon flew up nearly 100 meters. All of a sudden, everyone lost their target and looked up at the huge, imprisoned dragon in disbelief. And in the imprisoned dragon's mouth, more accurately, at the point where its head and body connected, there was a small round CUN. He held the flower blade that was surrounded by fog in one hand, and a rich green glow appeared. He then leaped up and stabbed the flower blade upwards with all his might. Whoosh! The blade pierced through flesh. The flower blade could indeed pierce through the imprisoned dragon's body, but it could not penetrate its outer skin. After this strike, the huge body of the imprisoned dragon soared into the air once more. Thanks to the green glow's repelling effect, it flew high into the sky once more. The sky full of smaller imprisoned dragons immediately chased after it. Due to the time limit, they shattered one after another during the chase. The giant lynx and the demon fox slowed down. The blinding light of the lava on their bodies gradually faded. They raised their heads and wandered restlessly back and forth, roaring at the sky. The great sage's footsteps slowed down slightly. He stabbed his rod into the ground and came to a sudden stop. Due to the inertia, he left a long trail behind him. However, he kept his head up at the rapidly ascending, imprisoned dragon. That huge body should be more than 50 meters tall. It really covered the sky and covered the earth like an ancient divine beast. Inside the imprisoned dragon's body, Jiang Shao wiped his face that had been drenched in boiling dragon blood. His lips and teeth were filled with the salty taste of blood. Under such extreme circumstances, Jiang Zhao's adrenaline soared. Jiang Shao had experienced countless battles, and he was always the calmest person in the team. However, this time, no one would be able to remain calm. In a situation like this, only the bell could calm Jiang Shao down. However, Jiang Shao didn't use the bell's consciousness at all. Again and again, the green starlight enveloped the flower blade and stabbed it frantically at the same spot. Jiang Shao stabbed upwards once more and roared angrily, "Damn it, if you have the guts, summon the little dragon again. I'm going to kill you alone today." The fiery red sun gradually set in the west. Night fell once more, and a meteor streaked across the night sky. On the messy grassland battlefield littered with the corpses of the giant dragons, an enraged dragon soared into the clouds. Its voice gradually drifted into the distance, reverberating in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the huge, pitch-black body quickly became a tiny black dot. There was a lot of content in the dragon cave. To be honest, you had already tried his best to write as many words as possible to enrich the content. The previous chapter was 4,000 words, and this one was another 4,200. Yu's style wasn't one to drag things out. He hoped to finish writing the important parts in a day so that everyone could read smoothly and comfortably. That was why he had added more chapters this time. There would be another chapter at 20. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Chapter 865. People looked up at the pitch-black dot, watching it disappear into the clouds, completely disappearing without a trace. Second Last's ability to read the battle was unquestionable. She was too familiar with Jiang Shao and seemed to be able to predict what was about to happen. Second Last suddenly transformed into a human and ordered, "Everyone, check the battlefield immediately and move closer to Han Jiangxue." Everyone was slightly stunned, but they heard what Second Last said next. "There's too much food here, and it'll definitely attract hunters. Hurry up. This is an order." Everyone didn't say anything else and immediately picked up the star beads. Previously, all the star beads were with Jiang Shao, but because Jiang Shao was wrapped around by the imprisoned dragon, the star beads were scattered all over the ground. While everyone was checking the battlefield, Han Jiangxue and Second Last stared at each other silently. Second Last looked at Han Jiangxue expressionlessly and said, "Han Jiangxue, instant defense, return to the entrance of the dragon cave and return to the base." "This, Second Last?" Everyone was bewildered. Nine-tailed Second Last nodded at Han Jiangxue and said, "Let's go." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and seemed to have received an additional signal. At the next moment, everyone was teleported back to the entrance of the dragon cave under Han Jiangxue's instant defense. At the same time, right above the grassland battlefield, above the clouds, a huge pitch-black dragon roared loudly as it was stabbed into the sky by a saber strike. Hiss! The dragon's roar was still shocking and furious, but there was a hint of grief and indignation in it. Jiang Shao tasted the hot dragon blood in large mouthfuls, but his heart was in his throat and his body and soul were trembling. This sound. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao smashed the sound of silence to the left and yelled, "Shut up." The massive body of the imprisoned dragon gave Jiang Shao infinite possibilities. While the dragon head was being silenced, the sound of silence domain did not touch Jiang Shao at all. The imprisoned dragon immediately lost its voice, but Jiang Shao was still terrified and his heart was palpitating violently, as if it was going to explode at any moment. However, things were far from that simple. The gigantic dragon head was indeed silenced, but under the powerful repelling effect of the green light, the dragon body continued to rush upwards. In an instant, under the lead of the dragon body, the dragon head was forcibly dragged out of the domain of silencing and continued to fly upwards. It was also at this moment that the special dragon roar that caused everyone's hearts to tremble rang out once more. Jiang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot and his temples were throbbing. He tried his best to suppress the feeling that his heart was about to explode and raised his left hand abruptly. "Whale, come on." Buzz, the dragon's roar that seemed to be able to destroy one's body and soul, was entwined with an illusory and ethereal whale's roar bang. The heavy humming whale slammed into the huge dragon head. The two terrifying star beasts, which were as huge as ancient divine beasts, collided heavily. The dense astral power rippled in a split second. Above the clouds, a layer of airwaves spread out in all directions, shattering the layers of clouds around him. The shockwave from the explosion sent the two creatures flying far away. The whale's roar and the dragon's roar intertwined, and the dragon's roar seemed to have changed too. Clearly, its star technique had been interrupted. The giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand pierced deeply into the imprisoned dragon's body, causing large amounts of thick dragon blood to drip down. Jiang Zhao's body swayed left and right as the imprisoned dragon was knocked away, just like a small boat in a stormy sea that could capsize at any time. However, Jiang Zhao couldn't be bothered anymore. He punched upwards and stopped the imprisoned dragon from retreating, after which he pierced it into the sky again. Jiang Zhao hollered and waved his left hand again, after which a thick ray of blessing landed. "Shut up." It was not the normal silver blessing, nor was it a gold blessing. Instead, it was a platinum blessing that had a diameter of more than 5 meters. Even under the bright starry sky, the light of the pillar of light was still extremely dazzling. Jiang Zhao flew up with the imprisoned dragon in a strange posture. He was at the point where the imprisoned dragon's head and body were connected, which was almost the position of the neck. Hence, every time Jiang Zhao flew up with the imprisoned dragon's head would droop on one side, its neck would protrude, and its long tail would droop on the other side. Due to the displacement, the sound of silence was indeed unable to confine the dragon's head in such a peculiar posture. However, the pillar of light of blessing was straight up and down. No matter how high you fly, you're still flying straight up and down. Hiss! Roar! This time, the imprisoned dragon let out a continuous roar, and its once majestic voice became increasingly strange. The huge dragon's head was bathed in the holy light, splashing stars in the surroundings while roaring all the way. It continued to move towards the sky. Buzz! The soul-stirring whale's roar sounded from below, and the humming whale swam towards the direction of the dazzling holy light. At the same time, Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and the dark clouds quickly covered the bright night sky while a drizzle fell. Then, the tears of sorrow that had shrunk to a small area. The intensity of the torrential rain was like a torrential downpour, almost forming a waterfall as it frantically eroded Qiulong's body. The light of blessing was still there, and the tears of sorrow was still pouring down. In the rain, the humming whale flipped its huge body and flapped its tail while swimming upwards rapidly. Before it reached the range of the rainstorm, a figure suddenly appeared above its head. A young man in a cloak stood on the dark golden halo of nostalgia and stood on the head of the humming whale, looking up at the WYRM that was being baptized by the holy light in the rainstorm. However, Jiang Zhao held his hands in front of his chest, and a small round candle flame appeared quietly. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the huge eye of the humming whale. He then pressed the small candle flame towards the eye of the whale. Dependence. Huff! The black and white candle flame merged into the eye of the humming whale, and the white candle flame swayed along with the body of the humming whale, forming a long flame line in the rain. Wearing a cloak, Jiang Zhao flew beside the humming whale and yelled, "Sea Vortex!" At the same time, Jiang Zhao threw 9,000 skill points into the humming whale's Sea Vortex star technique. The platinum quality level 1 Sea Vortex star technique was immediately upgraded to diamond quality level 0. It wasn't that Jiang Zhao didn't want to spend skill points, but rather, he would leave some leeway and spend every penny wisely. When he really needed it, Jiang Zhao would never be careless. Buzz! The whale's roar stirred everyone's hearts. In the layers of rain, the tears of sorrow that belonged to Jiang Shao and the water elements that were summoned by the humming whale out of thin air instantly formed a huge vortex. Under the dependence of the black and white candle flame, the humming whale's sea vortex star technique also became sea candle vortex. The coal vortex that contained the attributes of the ice candle flame turned into a layer of sea vortex that was burning with white flames. It wrapped imprisoned dragon's body in it, besieging and strangling imprisoned dragon. Under the dark clouds, the drizzling rain was the tears of sorrow, while the torrential rain in a small area was the tears of sorrow. The water that was swept and stirred by the sea candle vortex was mixed with a large amount of tears of sorrow, which were frantically scraping against imprisoned dragon's body. The damage was terrifying. Imprisoned dragon's body finally stretched out. Under the huge whirlpool, his body was stretched into a long line. His body spun uncontrollably at an extremely fast speed. Fix its body. Jiang Shao threw out several diamond silence consecutively, smashing onto the huge dragon head of the imprisoned dragon. Although the control effect of holy light was astonishing, its healing effect on the body and vitality were also astonishing. After using blessing to temporarily control it, silence was the most important thing. Imprisoned dragon, which was spinning rapidly in the sea candle vortex, was not only surrounded by the vortex, but also unable to use any star techniques at this moment. The drizzling rain fell on Jiang Zhao's body and mixed with his thick blood, dripping down along the tail of his cloak that had already been dyed red. Jiang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the rapidly spinning imprisoned dragon. Silence and tears of sorrow never stopped. The collar of the half-black and half-red cloak was raised like two small hands that gently wiped Jiang Zhao's blood-stained face with the help of the rain. The humming whale swam slowly around the vortex that it had created and swam around the edge of the tears of sorrow rainstorm. The whale's roar was filled with endless anger that penetrated the layers of rain and echoed in the sky. Jiang Shao, Jiang Shao. Two voices came from below, and Jiang Shao had long discovered the figures that were chasing after him with his domain tears. Han Jiangxue, who was wearing a cloak, and second last, who was flying over on Baishan Shuiyu. The scene in the sky in the distance had completely exceeded the scope of the two's imagination. Under the dark clouds, the sea candle vortex was spinning rapidly and stirring, fixing the pitch-black dragon in place. Beside the huge whirlpool, a huge creature with a long line of flames in its eyes swam around wantonly, letting out a shocking whale-like cry. Han Jiangxue quickly shifted her gaze away from the shocking scene and looked at Jiang Shao, who was drenched in blood. Despite being washed by the rain, the young man who seemed to have been fished out of a pool of blood still could not be washed clean. You! Han Jiangxue hurriedly flew over. I'm fine, it's blood. Jiang Shao raised his head slightly and gestured to the dragon that was hanging in the sea candle vortex in the distance. He then threw a few more shots of sound of silence. Jiang Shao, who was surrounded by the halo of nostalgia, had never lacked star power while the tears of sorrow washed the imprisoned dragon. In the rainy night, there was no more dragon roar, only a whale's roar. After a long time, Star's first kill, skill point +1. A message appeared in the internal star map. Jiang Shao grinned and thought, the news is good, but the skill point reward is too rigid. Be it the platinum first kill, the diamond first kill, or the star's first kill, they were all the same. Let's stop for a while. Humming whale, Jiang Shao murmured softly. Jiang Shao murmured softly. Perhaps the humming whale could not hear Jiang Zhao's words amidst the sound of the massive whirlpool, but it understood what Jiang Shao meant due to their mental connection. Jiang Shao wiped his eyes, and the rain gradually slowed down while the dark clouds gradually dissipated. In the distant sky, the sea candle vortex also stopped sweeping and turned into a pool of cold water that fell towards the clouds below. The humming whale swam slowly. Above it, the imprisoned dragon's battered body fell down. Its battered body was covered with a layer of white candlelight. Its majestic body was burning fiercely as it fell towards the white fire rain that was drifting in all directions. It was so magnificent, yet so poignant and beautiful. What happened next was beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. The sturdy black scales suddenly turned into nothingness, and the imprisoned dragon turned into a semi-corporeal state, just like the small imprisoned dragon bodies that had been summoned before. It then disappeared without a trace. The insufferably arrogant, imprisoned dragon seemed to have never appeared in this world. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished to see such a scene. Along with the fall of the giant dragon, a meteor fell from the night sky. Under the bright starry sky, the humming whale swam over slowly. A small vortex appeared out of thin air, dragging a pitch-black star bead that was twice the size of a baseball towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao did not take the star bead and instead stroked the cold and soft skin of the humming whale. His body drifted forward and flew along the black and white wavy skin all the way until he finally arrived in front of the humming whale. Jiang Zhao's palm, that was stained with blood, gently pressed against the cold eyes of the whale. He leaned forward slightly and gently pressed his forehead against the huge eyes. Don't get so angry next time. It's scary. Buzz. May everyone enjoy watching to their heart's content. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Chapter 866. Dragon Prison Star Bead, Star Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Imprison. Summon a small imprisoned dragon to harass the target and seal the star power in the target's body. As long as the small imprisoned dragon existed, the target would not be able to use any star techniques. Diamond Quality. 2. Imprisonment Punishment. For the imprisoned target, the small imprisonment dragon will continuously attack and devour the target's body. Diamond Quality. Prison Domain. Summon a small imprisoned dragon to seal off an area and prohibit the use of any spatial star techniques. Diamond Quality. 4. Prisoner's Anthem. Chant the Song of Destruction, destroying all targets within the range of the song. The further away from the source of the song, the lower the sound of the prisoner's anthem, and the less damage the target will receive. Star Quality. Jiang Shao looked at the information in the internal star map and could not help but click his tongue. This dragon is indeed something. Although Jiang Shao did not have the time to take a closer look at the star dragon due to the fact that he was on the battlefield, he still roughly scanned it. Star Dragon Star Bead, Diamond Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Star Shower. Summon stars to attack targets within a certain range. The number of stars is determined by the user. Each star has an extremely strong splash effect. Diamond Quality. 2. Star Shift. The summoner can freely control the stars. Diamond Quality. 3. Star Explosion. Explode all the stars in the body. Diamond Quality. 4. Star Scale Repellent. Summon star scales to cover the body, greatly increasing the body's defense, and has a certain rebound effect. He would not be able to move when using this star technique. Diamond Quality. There is no doubt that the star technique of the enslaved dragon was extremely powerful. However, Star Dragon actually has a diamond grade for star technique. So why is Star Dragon still a diamond rank? Why wasn't it at the star rank? Jiang Shao felt that Star Dragon was completely worthy of the star's rank. Perhaps there were also small ranks within each rank, just like the small ranks given by Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Among the diamond ranks, the Star Dragon clan should be regarded as the pinnacle of the diamond rank. In comparison, the Crystal Dragon clan was probably in the middle of the diamond rank. Then what about this imprisoned dragon? Judging from the quality of his star techniques, they seem to be at the lower end of the star techniques. However, the last star technique, Ode to Prisoners, undoubtedly increased the threat of the imprisoned dragon to the highest level. Let's go back and rest. We need this, Second Last said, while riding on Baishan Shuiyu. It would be better if they had experienced several life-or-death battles in 10 days. However, the problem was that they had experienced so many life-or-death battles in less than a day since they entered this place. It was extremely taxing on their minds. This string had always been stretched taut. Second Last continued, "We've gained a lot this time. Let's go back to report and take a break. After this battle, we need to reduce some members in our team." Jiang Shao asked, Second Last repeated her words and said, "We need to adjust our team members." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Every member has their own role to play. You can't just focus on output and defense in a battle. You also have to look at the interaction the delivery of information, and the cooperation between each member. If we really wanted to pick someone out, then Tengu's hard power would be the least effective. However, Tengu's suggestions and solutions were almost always given at the first moment. In terms of soft power, he had greatly improved our team's strength. This team has already formed a combat system. If you want to reduce the number of members, you have to think about it carefully. At this point, Jiang Xiao looked at second last with a solemn expression and said, "Of course, you can also reduce the number of members in the team. I can also try to fight here alone, but it's still too dangerous. I'm an assistant and I need someone to help me, even if it's just a distraction." Second last looked at Jiang Xiao silently and said in a hoarse voice, "We'll talk about it when we get back." She had never thought of letting Jiang Xiao fight there alone. Of course, strength played a part, but luck also played a part. Take the battle with the imprisoned dragon as an example. If Jiang Xiao had been alone, it would have been a different story. Of course, even if all of them were present and they fought again, it was very likely that the outcome would be different. Okay. Jiang Xiao nodded and walked towards the humming whale before putting it into his body. More than 10 minutes ago, with a leap, the shadow crow rushed out of the dragon cave's portal with a whoosh. The soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the dragon cave got a great shock and subconsciously opened a space door, after which the shadow crow plunged into it. The soldier's eyes lit up and he frantically exclaimed, "It's our people!" Although the message had already been sent, the soldier who opened the space door did not close it because so. One figure after another shot out from within. If the space door were to be closed at this moment, the returning soldiers would probably be cut in half at the waist. The soldiers shuttled back and forth. Finally, no one came out of the tunnel of the dragon cave. A soldier leaped into the dragon cave and looked around to make sure that there were no other comrades before leaping back. At the same time, the soldier who opened the space door popped his head into his own space door and looked at the disheveled and bloodstained people. Of course, their wounds had already healed, but the blood that had flowed out was stained on their tattered clothes like medals of merit. Tail Feather Group. A hint of surprise appeared on the soldier's serious face. He had seen this situation too many times. The soldiers were full of confidence and charged in, but in the end, they escaped in an extremely disheveled state. This was the best-case scenario. Most of the soldiers did not even have the chance to escape in a disheveled state and died in battle in the dragon cave. Obviously, when the soldier was observing the Tail Feather Group, he was also counting the number of people. As expected, there were 4 people missing in the group. Seeing this, the soldier's heart sank, and he sighed helplessly. Wait a moment. With that, another soldier took over and closed the space door. He came to the side of the hall and opened the space door again. At the same time, the soldiers of the Huaxiao army surrounded them. In the distance, the soldiers of the Russian Federation also stood up and walked over. The hall was very quiet. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly depressing. Li Yishu, Fu Hei, Tengu, Grace's Retribution, Great Sage, Shadow Crow, and the others came out one after another. The Huaxia army outside had already activated a faint green halo, nourishing everyone's body and mind and calming their emotions. The atmosphere lasted for a long time. No one spoke, nor did anyone disturb the soldiers who had narrowly escaped death. After an unknown amount of time, a few people walked in from the door, and a voice was heard. "You guys are back." A person who looked like a commanding officer walked over. The people of the Tail Feather Group turned to look, but they had never seen him before. It was a man in a military uniform who was in his 50s. He looked at them with a stern expression. All of a sudden, all the Chinese soldiers stood at attention. The man looked at them and was clearly extremely familiar with the Tail Feather Group. The names he mentioned were all those who did not return. He said, second last, Nine Tails, Withering, Flames, Han Jiangshu. These 4 didn't come back. Li Yishu said, Withering is resting in my ruins of calamity. Her life is not in danger. Second last, Nine Tails and Flames are still in the dragon cave. They should be coming out soon. Huh? The man frowned. Your team has been broken up? No. Commanding Officer Second Last ordered us to return. We brought back, Li Yishu paused for a moment before continuing. We brought back some information Very important information. The man nodded. There were still people from the Russian Federation there. Since they were guarding this place together, some information could definitely be shared. However, it was up to the higher-ups to decide whether to share it or not. Li Yishu would only choose to report it to the commanding officer. The man said, "Follow me." Inya said anxiously, "Our." While they spoke, the soldier who had just replaced them at the entrance of the dragon cave suddenly opened his own space door. However, to everyone's astonishment, the figure that was rushing out of the entrance of the dragon cave actually stopped abruptly. He was wearing a black cloak and stopped in the middle of the entrance of the dragon cave and the space door of the soldiers. That reaction, in fact, Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded too. The reaction of a sea devourer was too fast. Jiang Shao hurriedly reached out and reached into the entrance of the dragon cave to stop it. 9 tails! Xiaopi! The members of the Tail Feather Regiment were overjoyed. At this moment, there was nothing more exciting than a reunion. There are 2 more members behind. There are no dragon creatures following us, Jiang Shao said. The soldier who was standing guard turned to look at the middle-aged man. Under his instructions, the soldier put away his space door. Jiang Zhao's right hand, that was in the dragon cave, beckoned to the 2 of them before drifting forward. Then, whoosh whoosh, second last, and Han Jiangxue leaped out too. There were no casualties in the Tail Feather Regiment. Good, good. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly with a gratified expression. The members of the Tail Feather Regiment might be deserters in the eyes of the soldiers of the Russian Federation, but they were heroes in the eyes of the Chinese army. It was because the Chinese army knew the style of their own soldiers too well. It seemed that the Tail Feather Regiment had really brought back important information. Second last scanned the surroundings vigilantly, only to be slightly stunned. To her surprise, she actually saw the second-in-command of the Chinese army stationed in the Dragon Cave. Xiaobo looked at second last with eyes full of admiration. "Seems like you have a lot to report to me." Second last said, "Yes, sir. Follow me." Xiaobo turned around and left, followed by the members of the Tail Feather Regiment. After entering the elevator, Jiang Shao realized that the elevator was still heading down. Are we going to the last floor? The 33rd floor underground sounded like a distant and mysterious place. Jiang Shao didn't feel anything different when he stepped in. Under the lead of the soldier, they entered a medium-sized office where there were already 7 soldiers waiting. The guard at the door closed the door, and Xiaobo gestured for them to come in. He didn't sit down and instead looked at the disheveled crowd. "You're the first team to retreat in one piece. These people might need to listen to your experiences and suggestions." Jiang Shao looked at the 7 soldiers curiously. They were mostly 35 or 36 years old, and one of them was a man who was probably in his early 40s. These 5 men and 2 women had standard military postures. They stood ramrod straight, and the lines on their faces were frighteningly stiff. Their faces were filled with an austere aura, and it was frighteningly oppressive. They looked like a team. Listen to the experiences and suggestions of the Tail Feather Regiment. Could this be the Suicide Squad that the Chinese army had specially trained? That's right, this team had a rather resounding name, Suicide Squad. In fact, all the teams that had entered the Dragon Cave to explore were qualified to have such a name. Second last turned to look at Li Yishu and nodded slightly. Li Yishu looked up at the ceiling and said, "I want to open the Shadow Ruins. There's no danger inside." After reporting, Li Yishu raised her hand and the door of the Shadow Ruins opened. The Shadow Crow leaped up, and a few seconds later, 2 irregular crystal star beads were thrown down. Li Yishu looked up at the Shadow Ruins and hurriedly reached out to catch them before handing them to the Great Sage. Xiaobo raised his eyebrows and thought, "Are those 2 crystal dragon star beads?" Whoosh! They were 2 hidden dragon star beads that were almost transparent and had a shallow outline. At the side, the few soldiers with standard military postures also turned to look over. Whoosh! Another 2 star beads that contained a dazzling starry sky fell. Xiaobo's eyes froze and he thought, "Are those dragon star beads?" Whoosh! The Calamity Ruins was like a cornucopia, with star beads falling down from the sky. Li Yishu frantically caught them. Crystal dragon star beads, hidden dragon star beads, Fog Dragon Star Beads. Star Dragon Star Beads. Xiaobo couldn't control his facial expressions well. You guys, F asterisk CK. A cry of surprise came from the oldest male soldier. Xiaobo fell silent. He hadn't heard such words in the solemn bass for a long time. However, Xiaobo didn't reprimand or say anything. It was because at this moment, Xiaobo was also staring at the figure of the Shadow Crow who had leaped down. To be exact, he was staring at the dazzling star dragon egg that the Shadow Crow was holding in his arms. Star dragon egg? Dragon egg? Tail Feather, are you guys serious? He raised his head slightly and glanced at Second Last. Second Last was a powerful figure who could sense his gaze, but she didn't do anything. Jiang Xiao grinned and patted Second Last's arm gently. It was a silent exchange. A man should know what to do and what not to do. All these years, I'll definitely treat you the same way you've treated me. Afterwards, Jiang Zhao's cloak fluttered and the ball-shaped object slid up from his calf to his thigh. It then slowly slid all the way up to his wide sleeve. He grabbed a star bead that was twice the size of the other star beads and threw it at the great sage who was holding the star bead in his clothes. Second Last's lips trembled slightly, but she soon composed herself and looked at the great sage who was holding the star bead, as well as the Shadow Crow who was holding the dragon egg. She then tilted her head and gestured to Xiaobo. Second Last said in a hoarse voice, 1 Fog Dragon Star Bead, 3 Hidden Dragon Star Beads, 3 Star Dragon Star Beads, 5 Crystal Dragon Star Beads, 1 Dragon Prisoner Star Bead, and 1 Star Dragon Egg. Xiaobo raised his head abruptly and shifted his gaze from the star beads and dragon egg to the group of soldiers who were dressed in tattered clothes and had bloodstains on their faces as he watched. His heart, which had always been calm and collected, began to tremble violently. Second Last paused and reported the last sentence. All members of the Tail Feather Regiment have returned. There are no casualties. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 867. 7 days later, in Fin City, a small city on the border of China. A military base stood in the deep mountains and forests far away from the Fin City area. Jiang Xiao was sitting on the edge of a natural lake in the deep forest. He rolled up his trousers and soaked his calves in the lake water. In the middle of the lake, there was a huge whale rising and falling, occupying the lake. Not only did it occupy the area, but the researchers also had to request the military to broaden and deepen the natural lake due to its massive size. The humming whale turned its body and gently flapped its pelvic fins, causing a huge wave to hit Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Xiao covered his face with his arms as he was drenched by the waves. Buzz, Jiang Xiao grinned, feeling rather helpless. You're so big, and yet you're still so mischievous. Are you worthy of your 200-ton body weight? After measuring by the researchers, Jiang Xiao clearly knew the weight of the humming whale. In fact, when Jiang Xiao found out that the humming whale was more than 200 tons, he got a great shock. Its belly should be able to crush a group of star warriors, right? But then again, he had to find someone with a similar body size to play with. Otherwise, he would easily become a bully. Young friend Jiang. An old woman's voice sounded from behind him. Jiang Xiao turned around and hurriedly stood up. Mr. D. Hee. Di Lian smiled in admiration, her wrinkled face full of traces of vicissitudes. As I expected, little friend, you've indeed come to the Dragon Cave and even offered a huge gift to China. Jiang Xiao smiled and waved his hand. What's there to give? That's my mission. It's what I should do. Is this the humming whale that you brought back from the North Atlantic Ocean? The royal family of the Sima Kingdom let you take it away right under their noses, Di Lian said with a smile as she looked at the huge sail-like dorsal fin that was exposed in the lake. Jiang Xiao was amused too. Seriously, Mr. D, who do you think would dare to use force on such a creature? Di Lian nodded and couldn't help but sigh. I heard that it helped the Tail Feather Group hunt an imprisoned dragon. Impressive, impressive. Jiang Xiao gestured at the researchers in the distance and said, your team members are pretty good. They didn't make things too difficult for the humming whale. Di Lian stepped forward with a smile and gestured for Jiang Xiao to sit down. As you said, no one would dare to offend such a creature, and no one would be able to bear the consequences. Lian was wearing a white coat. She didn't care about the wet mud and sat down as well. Her cloudy eyes gazed at the calm surface of the lake, as if she could see through the surging undercurrents. I heard that your martial star transformation is very special, and you have already mastered part of the martial star transformation's functions when you were at the galaxy stage. Yeah. Jiang Xiao recalled the past few days of being questioned by the military and testing the strength of his star techniques. He couldn't help but grin and say, "My star conversion martial arts can enhance the power of the star techniques in my star map. I've only mastered the basics. If I'm really lucky enough to enter the Starfall stage and obtain the opportunity to be enlightened, I'll be able to turn star techniques into martial arts. I believe that the strength of my star techniques will increase even more. That should include the black and white candle in your star slot." Lian continued, "I once asked you to try using the black and white candle to rely on my fog dragon, but I didn't expect you to make the candle rely on an incredible guy. He's even stronger than the fog dragon. I was lucky. I was lucky. The humming whale is very intelligent. Such a creature is not something that could be subdued by human star warriors at all. In fact, it shouldn't even be owned by humans. It chose me, not the other way around." "Okay." Lian nodded continuously and continued. "The higher-ups of the Guardians of the Night have revealed a lot of information about your star pet to me. When I came, I also looked at the data given to me by the assistant. The humming whale is really too smart. In some aspects, even we humans are inferior to it." Lian then turned to look at Jiang Xiao with her slightly turbid eyes full of admiration. "What kind of person must you be to make it follow you willingly?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. If it were anyone else, Jiang Xiao would have been extremely mischievous, but he was especially respectful towards the state scholar. Lian had dedicated her entire life to star studies in China. She and her team worked diligently for decades to study star beads, star techniques, and star beasts. The textbooks that she compiled and published had nurtured batches of Chinese students. Such people could be considered the backbone of the country and were truly worthy of respect. Hence, Jiang Xiao had always been humble when interacting with Lian. Lian suddenly smiled and said, "However, you have an interesting name. Humming bear, humming whale." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Lian didn't put on airs either. She smiled amiably and continued, "The name of the sea-devouring robe is rather normal. Have you ever thought about the upper limit of the abilities of the black and white candle? How many star beasts can it rely on? Or is there no upper limit at all?" Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "If only I could rely on one every time I see one. Can I form an army of star beasts?" Hee. Lian chuckled and said, "That's a beautiful wish. I looked at the data given to me by the assistant. Your black and white candle is growing too fast. Compared to the last measurement data, it has changed qualitatively. I don't know if it's because this mutated little guy is too powerful or because of the function of your Big Dipper star map." Jiang Xiao asked cautiously, "How much longer do I have to study it? How much longer do I have to stay here?" Lian said, "An example doesn't have much research value. Ever since we parted ways in Conkind, do you know how many soldiers in the entire country, including in Central Asia, have received the mission to travel all over the dimensional space of Mount Doom and guard the side of the holy ground day and night just to wait for a black and white candle?" Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What's the result?" Lian shook her head. "So far, no second black and white candle has been found. You're very lucky." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "It's the child from Dajiang province who was very lucky. He picked up the black and white candle." "Yes." Lian looked at Jiang Xiao quietly and said, "If you didn't save their family of 4 and the town from the crisis of Mount Doom, why would that family give this special little guy to you?" "Ah, Mr. D, don't praise me. If you continue, I'll really become arrogant." Jiang Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. Lian said, "You are now an important figure in the exploration of the Dragon Cave. Once the order is given, All your star beasts will be returned to you. We will not affect the progress of your mission. Jiang Shao pondered for a moment, sighed, and said, "The dragon cave closed 3 days ago." Delian nodded and said, "Don't worry, it will open again." Jiang Shao sighed and said, "I thought it was because of the opening of the holy ground, and the country thought that the alien ball wanted to fuse with Earth, so they mobilized a large number of troops to quickly explore the dragon cave." "Only now do I know, Sai," Delian said. "Of course there's a reason you said, but the closure of the dragon cave half a year ago did indeed scare many people. The last time the dragon cave closed was 3.5 years ago. It turned out that the dragon cave had been closed more than once. The most recent time was half a year ago. For a moment, China and the Russian Federation were a little confused, not knowing when the dragon cave would open again. A month later, the tunnel of the dragon cave stubbornly opened again at the original location. Until today, people had not studied the special entrance of the tunnel. At this time, it was the opening of the special dimension and the arrival of the holy ground. The concept of the alien ball fusing with Earth had already been known by the upper echelons. Under the influence of many factors, the mission of exploring the dragon cave was reopened. However, no one expected that after half a year, the entrance of the dragon cave would be closed again. This time, no one knew when it would open again. Delian asked, "Actually, the dragon cave is very strange, don't you think? It's not a normal world, and it's different from all the other lower dimensions." Delian continued, "There is no concept of the passage of time in the lower dimensions of any dimensional space. However, there is day and night in the dragon cave, and it's a rapid rotation of day and night. Besides, the terrain there is very special." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yeah, I can feel it. It's day one moment and night the next. It's indeed difficult to adapt." Delian suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought about whether there really is a holy ground in the dragon cave?" Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Delian. Delian said, "The power of the star techniques of the creatures in the dragon cave is undeniable. I think you've already experienced it intuitively. The holy ground of every space gate is extremely unstable. The star techniques of the dragons in the dragon cave can easily smash the unstable holy ground. In that case, why has the dragon cave existed for so long?" This, Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, "That's indeed a problem." Delian stretched her hand out and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently. "We'll have to wait for people like you to answer our questions." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's my honor." Delian looked at the young Chinese man beside her and couldn't help but smile happily and blissfully. The two of them fell silent and stared at the lake in front of them quietly. Jiang Shao said, "I'm sorry about Little Candle's research. It doesn't want to rely on other creatures. It doesn't seem to be interested in the star beast you found. It prefers to stay with the humming whale and the humming bear in the star map. I can't force it to do so." Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Delian said with concern, "By the way, the higher-ups have given you the star dragon egg as a reward. I heard that the relationship between Black and White Candle and the star dragon youngling has been very ineffective?" "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and continued, "Little Candle doesn't get along with it at all. They're almost at the point where they'll fight whenever they meet, let alone rely on each other." Delian sighed and said, "After all, the dragon race is arrogant. Even if it's a star dragon youngling, it's still the most powerful creature in the world." Jiang Shao grinned and said, "You weren't here a few days ago. Did you see the surveillance video? My little candle was sent flying by the star dragon's tail as soon as it appeared in front of it." Delian looked at Jiang Shao with a smile and said, "I also saw you bless the star dragon youngling." Jiang Shao looked a little embarrassed. Delian said, "In your career, you rarely encounter such star beasts that you can't tame, right?" "That's right." Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "Not to mention star beasts, even to him. Anyway, once I give my blessing, there won't be any creature that won't tame me. In the end, that star dragon really won't tame me. It's arrogant to the core. It's simply a model example of a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. Just an hour ago, I tried to cultivate a relationship with it again. Guess what? Di Lian asked curiously. I wasn't there. What happened? Jiang Zhao's temper flared up, and he said, Really, I'm convinced. It almost self-destructed just now. Can you believe it? As soon as it saw me, it wanted to self-destruct without saying a word. It's really too unyielding, just like its father. I was so scared that I quickly healed it again. Di Lian was speechless. If nothing went wrong, its father should be the star dragon that self-destructed in the grassland. As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's expression became a little strange. He said, Although I've become a bad person, it seems that I've made little Jiangxue a success. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 868. Hearing this, Di Lian asked in bewilderment, Oh. Jiang Zhao said, These few times, Han Jiangxue was the one who accompanied me to cultivate a relationship with Star Dragon. The colder I was, the more arrogant Star Dragon became. Han Jiangxue didn't say a word, but when we left just now, Star Dragon wrapped itself around Han Jiangxue's ankle. Di Lian asked, Really? What did you guys do? Jiang Zhao said helplessly, What else can I do? I just stood outside the glass room and guarded it. I was a little worried that Star Dragon would self-destruct again, but it ended up having fun with Han Jiangxue. Di Lian was speechless. Jiang Zhao said, To be honest, I suspect that Star Dragon deliberately angered me. It kept flying around Han Jiangxue and playing with her. He was so happy that he couldn't be happier. I always felt that he was purposely showing it to me. Di Lian remained silent for a while before saying, It's very possible. Dragons are arrogant, but the key is that they are very intelligent. Di Lian then stood up and said, Little friend, rest here. I'll go to the base to take a look. As soon as she got up, the phone in Di Lian's pocket rang. Di Lian took out the black brick and asked, What's the matter? On the other end of the line, the excited voice of a young man could be heard. It's done. Mr. D. Han Jiangxue has absorbed the Star Dragon cub as her star pet. Di Lian froze for a moment and subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Zhao. Han Jiangxue has successfully absorbed the Star Dragon cub. Jiang Zhao looked up in surprise. Really? Has our plot succeeded? Di Lian asked in bewilderment. What plot? Jiang Zhao said, When I came out, I told Han Jiangxue to try to negotiate with Star Dragon and tell it to stay by her side forever. That way, Star Dragon will be able to piss me off for the rest of my life. Di Lian was speechless. Jiang Zhao looked refreshed and stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, That's it? And it's very intelligent? Hee hee. Di Lian suddenly said, Did you find a problem? Jiang Zhao asked, What? Di Lian said, Star warriors pursue powerful star beasts and usually use forceful methods to subdue their cubs. Hence, the probability of absorption is very low. However, under the premise that star beasts have a certain level of intelligence, if the star beast cub and the star warrior reach the same ideals, will the probability of absorbing it to become a star pet be increased? Jiang Zhao nodded thoughtfully, unsure if the teacher in front of him was giving him knowledge or asking him a question. Di Lian's turbid eyes seemed to be glowing as she said, This is a very good research topic. Jiang Zhao didn't know what to say and had no choice but to play along. Wow. However, Di Lian suddenly frowned and said, But it requires the star beast to possess high intelligence. This condition has rejected most star beasts. Furthermore, young star beasts are rare to begin with, and highly intelligent young star beasts are even rarer. This experiment won't be easy to carry out. Jiang Zhao said, That's right. Di Lian said, Let's go take a look. Jiang Zhao shook his head. I won't go for the time being. It explodes easily when it sees me. Di Lian nodded in agreement and said, In that case, you can go and see it after Han Jiangxue develops a deep bond with it. No matter how arrogant the star pet is, it will still consider its owner's feelings. Jiang Zhao subconsciously wanted to say, How refreshing. However, he held himself back and decided not to reveal that he was a sidekick. Looking at Di Lian's departing figure, Jiang Zhao shook his head and thought, It seems that the creatures in the dragon cave are not suitable for Jiang Zhao. This race is too arrogant and has always been alone. They probably won't be willing to let Little Candle rely on them. In the Dragon Cave, there's only one species that can form groups, and that's the crystal dragons. Hence, to be precise, crystal dragons should be the only ones that would allow Jiang Xiao to have companions by his side and allow the black and white candle to rely on them. However, would Jiang Xiao choose a crystal dragon as a star pet? Obviously not. Jiang Xiao already has Han Jiangxue. What's the point of needing a crystal dragon? Is Han Jiangxue not useful? The star techniques that the black and white candle relied on could not be used casually. There is a probability of failure, which would lead to the death of the star pet. Back then, when he relied on the humming bear, it was still a cub that only knew how to eat, drink, and sleep. Hence, he succeeded easily in relying on it. After that, be it the sea-devouring robe or the humming whale, they both took the initiative to follow Jiang Xiao and cooperated with Little Candle's star techniques. The sea-devouring robe was once of platinum quality, while the humming whale was of diamond quality. If they resisted, the consequences would be dire. While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao turned to look at the lake, ran up, and leaped. Bang! The water splashed, and the fish was fried. Oh, did I blow up a humming whale? Jiang Xiao did not use the field tears, because that would make him lose the feeling of playing with water. In the field tears domain, Jiang Xiao would only feel the weightlessness of outer space. Buzz, hee. Jiang Xiao popped his head out of the lake and thought, my humming whale is the best. It's so strong and docile, but not arrogant at all. While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao was slapped into the water by the humming whale. Bloop, bloop. Jiang Xiao spun around in the lake, feeling dizzy and spitting out a string of bubbles. The string of bubbles made Jiang Xiao even more convinced that he had to find a partner that was similar in size to him when he was playing. Otherwise, he would really be bullied. At some point in time, an extremely tall figure walked over from the lakeside. She looked at the churning lake and whistled. Due to the fact that he did not have the sea-devouring robe and the field tears domain, Jiang Xiao's hearing and vision were obstructed when he was in the lake. However, the humming whale had clearly noticed the arrival of its partner. It twisted its body and emerged from the surface of the water, after which a huge stream of water spurted towards Second Last. Second Last casually cast the disaster ruins and blocked the space door in front of her. However, the water splashed on the ground in the area outside the disaster ruins, causing her trousers to be soaked. Jiang Xiao finally emerged from the water and looked around, only to discover Second Last standing by the lakeside. He waved at her and said, "Come down and play with us." Second Last waved at Jiang Xiao and said, "Gather." "Oh," Jiang Xiao answered, looking a little disappointed. After a flash, he stood beside Second Last. He stroked his wet buzz cut and said, "There's a new mission again? Now that the door of the Dragon Cave is closed, the team must be bored out of their wits, right?" Second Last frowned and looked at Jiang Xiao, who shook his head and shook off the water droplets that splashed all over Second Last. She did not dodge and simply wiped the water droplets off her face. "The Guardians of the Night in the Northwest are here." Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned and asked, "Huh?" Second Last said, "The Independent Legion stationed in the Dragon Cave has joined forces with the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest to hold a commendation ceremony for our team." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Looking at the surprised look on Jiang Zhao's face, Second Last stiff facial muscles softened. To a Star Warrior soldier, the military medal was an honor and an affirmation. Second Last continued, "The person who came is Commanding Officer Feng Yi." Feng Yi. Jiang Xiao muttered the familiar name. He was the trusted aide of the leader of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. Second Last suddenly extended her hand and pressed Jiang Zhao's buzz cut. With a stern expression, she said in a deep voice, "Don't do anything out of line." Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and looked at Second Last's solemn expression. He then nodded gently. After returning to the base, Jiang Xiao immediately showered and changed into a black uniform of the Guardians of the Night according to his orders. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the base gave him the regular uniform of the Guardians of the Night this time. It was also Jiang Zhao's first time wearing a regular uniform, and he could sense that the ceremony was very formal. He stood in front of the mirror and carefully tidied up his clothes. His leather shoes were very fitting, and he tightened his shoelaces before standing up and pacing back and forth. He then adjusted the epaulets on his shoulders in front of the mirror. The regular uniform was unfamiliar to Jiang Shao, and so was the epaulets. At this moment, Jiang Shao was carrying the black epaulets of the Guardians of the Night that had been issued to him. There were 2 golden bars and a star on it. He was really Major Jiang now. If nothing went wrong, there would be another star on his epaulets soon. Jiang Shao was someone who had once stood on the podium of the Star Warriors World Cup. However, the more Jiang Shao tidied up his attire, the more nervous he felt. Fortunately, Bell was there to protect him. After the bell rang, Jiang Zhao's agitated heart immediately cooled down. Moreover, it was icy cold. After calming down, Jiang Shao finally noticed the figure standing behind the door. Han Jiangxue pushed the door open, and her neat and tidy outfit made Jiang Zhao's eyes light up. All of a sudden, her fairy-like image of a long dress fluttering in the wind seemed to have been overshadowed. She looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said softly, "They'll be proud of you." Jiang Shao nodded and corrected her. "Us." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao and remained silent for a while before smiling and nodding. "Let's go." In the base, in front of a conference hall, the Tail Feathers Regiment lined up neatly and stood at the door. At this moment, Jiang Shao also felt the uniqueness of the award ceremony. Jiang Shao would never have imagined that this should have been an exciting moment for him. But after the door in front of him opened, he felt extremely gloomy. The large multifunctional conference hall in the base could probably accommodate more than 1,000 people, but most of the seats were empty. The seats were empty, but they were not empty either. There was no one on the seats, but there were neatly stacked uniforms. On those uniforms, there were medals of merit hanging one after another. When Jiang Shao followed the team onto the stage, the scene became even clearer. There were only about 100 soldiers seated in their seats, and the seats around them were stacked with military uniforms. There were desert-colored Wasteland Reclaimers uniforms, pitch-black Guardians of the Night uniforms, and dark green Mountain Crusher uniforms. In a team that should have 8 to 10 members, it was common for only one person to be seated. The award ceremony was carried out in a solemn atmosphere. It was formal and irregular at the same time. After the concise opening speech introduced the awarding of the collective first class Full Moon Merit, the large conference hall remained terrifyingly quiet. Without anyone speaking, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Feng Yi walked towards Jiang Shao with the Vigil medal and carefully put on for him. He then patted his arm gently without saying much. Obtained Vigil, Full Moon Medal. Rewarded with 30,000 skill points. Jiang Shao was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the information in the internal star map. After everyone put on the medal, Feng Yi retreated quietly to the side. Special mission, special team, and special ceremony. Jiang Shao glanced at the Chinese soldiers seated below the stage and at the military uniforms stacked on the seats one after another. The conference hall was empty, but it wasn't empty. Every piece of clothing was the soul of a hero who had died on the battlefield. Jiang Shao seemed to have seen a few illusory figures sitting on it with a solemn expression. Their imposing manner was accompanied by their surviving comrades who were staring at the people on the stage silently. Tail Feathers Regiment. Second last suddenly exclaimed. Everyone in the team stood up straight with their chests puffed out. Salute. Apex. Chapter 869. In the middle of the night, in the dormitory of Fin City's military base, Jiang Shao sat on his bed with a full moon medal in his hand, but his expression was rather sullen. Ever since the award ceremony in the morning, Jiang Shao had yet to recover from the shock. He would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Jiang Shao had always wanted to face life with a relaxed attitude, to make himself and the people around him happier. Reality proved that he had always done so. No matter how tough the training or the battles, he had endured it all. But this world wasn't friendly, nor was it beautiful. In the internal star map, The 3 second-tier crescent moon medals were arranged vertically in the upper right corner of the internal star map. Ever since the arrival of the full moon medal, the 3 crescent moon medals have been arranged downwards, leaving the top spot for the full moon medal. Although it was a collective full moon medal, the internal star map didn't care about collective or individual. It just hung the full moon medal there. The full moon medal was extremely exquisite. It was set in the darkness of the night, with a full moon above it. The moon was so bright that it looked very realistic. It was very similar to the full moon humans could see with the naked eye. In the internal star map, the top right corner only referred to a certain area. In reality, to the right of the Vigil medal was the 3rd-rank Starfire medal, which belonged to the Wasteland Reclaimers. Right now, the Starfire medal was suppressed in a corner with nowhere to run. Next to it was the full moon medal, which emitted a cold glow. The medal that was called Starfire no longer had any sparks. Its pitiful appearance reminded Jiang Xiao of himself when he was playing with the humming whale. Can't sleep? Xiaopi? A head suddenly popped out from the top bunk. Under the stray hair was a handsome face, Shadow Crow Xiaoyi. This was a well-behaved 8-person dormitory. There were 10 members of the Tail Feather Corps, 7 of whom were male soldiers. They all lived here. When choosing their beds, everyone automatically gave up the lower bunks, regardless of age. Shadow Crow propped himself up with one hand and leaped down lightly. He leaned against the bed frame and looked down at Jiang Xiao. Don't think too much. On the upper bunk, the great sage turned his head and watched Jiang Xiao caress the medal. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Jiang Xiao shook the heavy badge in his hand and sighed softly. The Heavenly Hound, who was on the lower bunk opposite her, sat up and comforted her softly. It's rare to see a living full moon medal, but a dead one is more respected. Second Last once said that dying in battle is the best ending for us. It seemed that no one had fallen asleep. Age would always become Jiang Zhao's trump card. Jiang Xiao had never thought that he would receive such treatment one day. A room full of soldier kings stood up to comfort the rookie major. However, Jiang Xiao did have the potential to be the team's pet. At this moment, the soldiers in the team who had been silent for a long time began to speak up. Li Yishu was lying on the lower bunk of the bed diagonally across from him. It was also the only upper bunk that was empty. He didn't get up. He just looked at the bed above and said with a unique Chong and accent, "We should cherish it, but we should treat it as a kind of motivation." As he spoke, Li Yishu also sat up and looked at Jiang Xiao with the help of the dim moonlight. "You're still young, and we're all aware of your abilities. In the future, you'll definitely experience a lot of life and death separations. Because we've chosen this path, we've chosen to charge and break through the enemy lines. We're not clerks, and we won't be stationed at the rear. This is our life. Jiang Xiaopi, I've experienced countless battles, and I've seen my comrades leave me one by one. Believe me, you might never be able to get used to this. Look at it from another perspective and treat it as a kind of responsibility and motivation. You'll feel better." Fu Hei said, "Xiaopi, we're unfortunate, but we're also very lucky because we're medical support." Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh?" Fu Hei said, "I remember every single person that I couldn't save. For a long time, whenever I closed my eyes, I would see their figures. During that period, I received a special mission. That time, I disobeyed the orders of my superiors and used my own method to reduce the number of casualties as much as possible. I managed to achieve some results. From then on, I became even more diligent and used my own methods to complete each mission because I didn't want another face to appear in my mind in the dead of night. Later on, during a mission, because I changed my orders on the spot, there was an accident. I tried my best to salvage the situation and also pulled one of my soldiers back from the brink of death. Throughout her career, she has been following me through ups and downs. She understands me and has witnessed my downfall day by day. It was also at that time that she told me that maybe I should think more about the people that I rescued." Jiang Xiao didn't expect Fu Hei, who was usually frivolous, to say something like that. Everyone in this room had their own stories to tell for being able to make it this far alive. Jiang Xiao asked, "She's now?" "She replaced my position and is already the captain." As he spoke, Fu Hei grinned with a unique sense of carefreeness. I'm not F**king suitable to be an official. It's good to be a soldier in an elite team. I don't let down my identity as a medical star martial artist. I'm also worthy of this outfit. You've experienced many battles and even the war with Conkind. You must have saved a lot of people. Jiang Xiao nodded gently and said, yes. Fu Hei said, think about them. Fu Hei then kicked the railing of the bed and said, look at the shadow crow above your head and then look at the Tengu opposite you. Think about why they survived. I'll give you the method that she taught me. The shadow crow and the Tengu are still alive and kicking. You can sleep in peace for a long time. On Fu Hei's upper bunk, Enjia's body swayed, and he said calmly, go to sleep. No one else spoke in the room. Jiang Xiao slowly lay down. After a while, he said softly, I'm going back. The dragon cave won't open for now. I also received a notice to go back and participate in the last World Cup. On the other side, the great sage finally spoke. Get to the point. Push your way through. Jiang Xiao looked at the great sage and said, I'm going to use the heavenly halberd to perform a report. Last time at Conkind, we didn't manage to fight. This time, you should pay attention to my battle and learn something. The great sage, I'll bring good news back. Li Yishu lay down and turned around. Li Yishu lay down, turned over, and said, Bell can only heal a few people in the team. The victory in the World Cup can inspire millions of people. Huh. Fu Hei laughed and said, Captain Li, you're quite good with words. On the upper bunk, Enjia's faint voice rang out again, go to sleep. Fu Hei was immediately unhappy. He kicked the top bunk and said, when Commander Li is talking, you don't even dare to fart. But when I speak, you tell me to sleep. I'm going to get a silver blessing tomorrow. Dong. A muffled sound came from a wall that Jiang Zhao's bed was next to. Jiang Xiao got a great shock and thought, why would someone smash the wall in the middle of the night? Jiang Xiao was about to kick him back when he suddenly remembered that Second Last was sleeping in the dormitory next door. For the sake of ease of management, the Tail Feather Regiment was placed together in the base. They were all soldiers who had experienced life and death on the battlefield. Hence, it didn't matter if they slept in the same dormitory. However, the base had such conditions, so the male and female soldiers were split into 2 dormitories. In fact, the soundproofing of the room was very good, but Second Last had a perception-type star technique, so sometimes it wasn't good to be too vigilant. Second Last perception-type star technique was obviously passive and was added to her physical fitness. When everyone was conversing softly, they might have already disturbed her sleep. Fu Hei's kick just now should have completely woken her up. Whoosh! At the next moment, a tall figure appeared in the middle of the dormitory, glancing at everyone with his cold and narrow eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on Fu Hei's bed. All of a sudden, Fu Hei's bed began snoring. Hululu! Hululu! Everyone was speechless. This be asterisk TCH kicked Second Last here, and now she's sleeping. Second Last ignored Fu Hei and instead took a step forward, leaned down, and gently patted Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Zhao opened his eyes carefully and looked at Second Last, who was dressed in her combat uniform, feeling rather bewildered. Was this chick sleeping just now? Why is she wearing a combat uniform? She doesn't look like this when she's at home, does she? Second Last tilted her head slightly and gestured in the direction of the door. She then flashed and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Zhao blinked and hesitated for a moment. The bed was empty and he teleported out. When he appeared at the door of the room, Second Last was standing nearby. She waved her hand and opened the door of the shadow of Disaster Ruins. She then strode in. Jiang Zhao scratched his head in frustration and thought, am I going to be reprimanded? He was wearing a camouflage singlet and shorts. After pondering for a moment, he finally walked in. In the shadow of Disaster Ruins, a giant sword spun and flew over rapidly under the dim starry sky. Jiang Zhao grabbed the giant sword and held it tightly in his hand. At the same time, the door of the shadow of Disaster Ruins behind him had already been closed. Jiang Zhao asked in bewilderment, what are you doing? Not far away, second last picked up a giant steel sword and shook it in her hand. Didn't you say you couldn't sleep? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second last turned to look at Jiang Shao, teleported, and slashed down with her sword. Bang! Jiang Shao subconsciously turned around to block it and took a few steps back. He frantically exclaimed, I can sleep, I can sleep. Second last flashed and slashed at him again. She said in a hoarse voice, No, you can't sleep. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and frantically dodged. With a look of suspicion, he asked, You're the one who can't sleep now, aren't you? Second last said, Sure. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Peek. Chapter 870. The next day, in the morning, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshu aboarded a military plane and flew away from the border town under the escort of their teammates. Looking at the small town that was getting further and further away, Jiang Shao knew that he would come here many more times in the future. Due to the amazing performance of the Tail Feathers Regiment and the terrifying results they produced, the Tail Feathers Regiment was now staying in the military base in Fin City, waiting for the Dragon Cave to open or the next mission. That also created a hidden danger for Jiang Shao during the World Cup. Once the higher-ups requested for him to continue exploring the Dragon Cave, Jiang Shao would have to rush back. Jiang Shao did not have any complaints about that. After the battle last night, he left second last sparring skin in the Scourge ruins and chose to leave. Prior to this, in a short period of less than half a month, the gardener's skin and the sparring partner's skin had achieved very gratifying results. Jiang Zhao's halberd skills and archery skills had both improved by a small level. Speaking of the sparring skin, last night, after the battle in the ruins of Calamity, Jiang Shao had finally stood up. Hee. Jiang Shao sat in the military plane with a smile on his face and recalled the last battle last night. The giant blades fiercely collided with each other, sparks flying in the dark night sky. Second last tall and slender figure was like a ghost, and she was extremely adept at using the space-time rift. Her timing and control of the heat were simply perfect. She, who had once repeatedly refused to use the space-time rift, was now constantly using it. She fully displayed one of the three essential qualities of humans, fragrant. Strictly speaking, second last words had come true. The terrifying star technique of the space-time rift was really enough to completely change second last combat system and tactical style. She had indeed gained the benefits of teleportation. Without teleportation, second last probably wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds with Jiang Shao. However, with teleportation, it would be really difficult for Jiang Shao to catch her. Second last's massive body was just like a ghost, and so was Jiang Shao. The battle between the two of them was just like a battle between a ferocious ghost and a ferocious ghost. The two of them fought intensely for more than 100 rounds, and Jiang Shao also created an opportunity for himself, which allowed Jiang Shao to stand up completely. Let's reset the time to last night. In the ruins of Calamity, Jiang Shao was panting heavily. The two of them were still holding back in the beginning, but second last physical fitness and star techniques were far superior to Jiang Zhao's. He really couldn't keep up with second last pace. This can't go on. The evil buzzcut boy abandoned the concept of sparring and went straight to his verbal mode. Didn't you say you didn't want to use the space-time rift? You don't want your fighting style anymore? Second last body stiffened slightly upon hearing this. Jiang Shao took in everything that was happening and continued to rant. Where's your valiant style? Lost? Starting to walk the path of an assassin? I'll give you another star technique of invisibility in the future, okay? Are you going to ambush people on the battlefield in the future? Second last was speechless. Whoosh, seeing this, Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand and cast a platinum quality blessing at second last. Jiang Shao didn't have to conserve his strength in front of second last. The beam of light from the blessing was extremely thick, and it was platinum. Whoosh, under the intense verbal bombardment, second last's mental state fluctuated a little. Indeed, she did not use the space-time rift to dodge, and instead, she chose to use bouncing steps and atomization to avoid the large range of the holy light. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and thought, as long as you don't flash out of my sight, where else can you go? Jiang Zhao's combat intelligence was not for nothing. He raised his hand and cast the lowest level golden sound of silence at the atomized body. No matter how fast you dodge, my sound of silence has a range. Second last misty body appeared quietly. Then, what welcomed her was the baptism of the platinum blessing. He watched his heart's content. To his heart's content. I'm so nice to you. Jiang Shao clicked his tongue and sighed softly. However, he retreated continuously, for fear that the specks of light from the platinum blessing would stain his body. If he were to be affected by his own holy light, it would be really embarrassing. Jiang Shao couldn't help but give her another platinum quality blessing when he saw how comfortable she was. Child, is that enough? Is it enough, child? Jiang Shao asked, but he didn't get any response. After 2 blessings, second last body lay limp on the ground, and she was soaked in the holy light. She was drunk and staring at the starry sky above her head. Jiang Shao didn't dare to be careless. In the star-quality domain, tears gushed out. 2 small water balls wrapped around his feet and wrapped around his legs, lifting his body more than 10 centimeters off the ground. After ensuring that he wouldn't be stained by the holy light water on the ground, he slowly drifted towards second last. He squatted in midair and looked down at the blushing cat. He couldn't help but extend his hand and poke her face gently. Second last subconsciously tilted her head and groaned. She tried to push Jiang Zhao's finger away, but she couldn't lift her hand at all. You can't go on like this. Jiang Shao retracted his finger and squatted in midair before lecturing her. Did I trick you just because I said a few words? If you want to win, you have to be thick-skinned. Second last lay limply in the holy light and slowly turned her head to look at Jiang Shao in a daze. She looked just like a retard. Jiang Shao continued, since you have the space-time rift, my silence can't catch you. While I use my star techniques, there will definitely be accompanying movements. Your brain and body are 10,000 times faster than mine, which will make you invincible. Be it blessing or silence, you can't be controlled by me. The ideal situation is that I can only cover this place with silence, so that the 2 of us can't go anywhere. However, if we're both affected by silence, I won't be able to give you my blessing. Jiang Shao got more and more excited. What about you? I'll mock you and you threw away the space-time rift? What do you mean? Where's your combat intelligence? You didn't learn any star techniques after walking around in the Dragon Cave. Did you learn all the arrogance of the Dragon Clan? Shut up. Second last finally sobered up a little and seemed to have returned to normal. How dare you fight with someone like me? Can you be so shameless? Jiang Shao muttered and waved his hand to release Bell. Second last's head cleared up and she held her forehead with one hand, but she still felt a little dizzy. Train hard. Hurry up and go to the starry sky to learn the moves of the Dragon Clan. The hidden dragon's impact and concealment, the fog dragon's perception and siege, the star dragon's starfall, and the imprisoned dragon's control. Jiang Shao tried to persuade her. Hurry up and improve your output and control. You'll still be a good cat after 20 years. Okay. Second last supported herself with one hand on the ground and sat up slowly. Since the Tail Feathers group had already been selected as an important team to explore the Dragon Cave, they naturally had the right to apply for the Dragon Cave Star Bead to strengthen the team so that they could better explore the Dragon Cave. Poke, say something. Jiang Shao poked her shoulder with his finger again. I've already applied for it, second last said slowly. Hee, stupid sister. If I don't attack you, how are you going to increase your efforts to fight for the Dragon Cave Star Bead? The water stains of holy light on the ground slowly dissipated. At the same time, the water entangling Jiang Zhao's legs also dissipated. He sat down on the ground and crossed his legs to look at second last. You currently only have 1 star slot. Before you advance to the Starry Sky Star Realm, only the Hidden Dragon's Charge, the Star Dragon's Star Shower, and the Imprisoned Dragon's Imprisonment can greatly increase your combat effectiveness. With your agility and reaction, you'll definitely be able to scratch my body with any of the 3-star techniques. By then, we'll be on equal footing. The quality of my star techniques is much higher than yours, and they're all very functional too. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, second last nodded and accepted her failure calmly. Second last had been training with Jiang Zhao's decoy. Regardless of whether she used her star techniques or not, defeating the decoy would be as easy as crushing an ant. However, Jiang Zhao's star techniques were too high, just like he said. Coupled with his agility, mental fortitude, and combat intelligence, second last could hardly do anything to him at this moment. In fact, putting aside sparring, second last would have expected the outcome of the battle if they were to fight for real. No one knew Jiang Zhao's abilities better than second last. Sophia and Ashen, the official member of the Star Conversion Organization, were both defeated by Jiang Zhao alone. Hence, second last was well aware of Jiang Zhao's abilities. In her heart, she had already placed Jiang Zhao in a very high position long before the Star Conversion Organization incident. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Jiang Zhao to return to the team when he had just entered the galaxy stage to fight against the criminal leader Kong Kajinda. Jiang Zhao looked at second last, who was deep in thought and was curious about what she was thinking about. Second last turned around and crossed her legs. She then looked at Jiang Zhao with a solemn expression and said solemnly, "I'll pay you back for everything that I've experienced today." Jiang Zhao blinked and said, "Everyone else makes harsh remarks before fighting. Why are you different from others?" Second last looked at Jiang Zhao silently and felt lucky that there was such a star warrior in China. She said softly, "Continue to grow. In the future, you'll definitely be more than just the guardian of the tail feather group." Jiang Zhao suddenly said, "Shut up. You've lost. I'm the one educating you now. The loser has no right to speak." Second last's face stiffened, and she looked down at Jiang Zhao. 1 second, 2 seconds, pushed. Second last suddenly spat out a mouthful of hot magma. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared on the spot. The scorching magma passed through Jiang Zhao's body and splashed on the grayish-white stone ground not far behind him, making sizzling sounds. "Very good." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he praised loudly. "Seems like you've listened to what I said. You can't be so shameless when fighting with someone like me." Second last frowned and clenched her fists, after which her entire body suddenly turned into magma. There was boiling magma flowing through the cracks on her cracked and dark skin that glowed faintly. Jiang Zhao got a great shock and threw a golden sound of silence at his feet. Bang! Both of them were silenced, and second last immediately returned to her original state. In the domain of silence, the two of them stared at each other, unable to say a word. 10 seconds later, the domain of silence dissipated and second last said slowly, again. She then unfolded a star map in front of her and turned it into a star warrior. Jiang Zhao smacked his lips in discomfort and thought, "It seems that she has already learned the essence of being shameless. Star warrior? Is she going to go all out? Damn it, you're just in the middle of the starry sea realm. Are you going to be serious with me?" When second last was in her human form, Jiang Zhao had to rely on his words to capture her. Now that she had turned her star warrior into a star warrior, her various attributes had increased tremendously. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had skyrocketed. How could he capture her now? Jiang Zhao had the endurance skill, which was enough to make him invincible. Although endurance could resist damage, it couldn't be immune to pain. Is today the day that I, the king of poisonous healers, will be bathed in magma? Jiang Zhao shook his head repeatedly and said, "I'm tired. I want to sleep." The giant lynx stepped forward and pressed Jiang Zhao to the ground, after which it peeked its furry head and stared at Jiang Zhao with its vertical pupils. It then let out a dangerous growl. Roar! Jiang Zhao didn't struggle at all and close his eyes, looking as if he was at the mercy of others. "I don't care. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Beat me to death if you have the ability. I promise I won't resist." The giant lynx stepped on Jiang Zhao's ear and bared its sharp fangs at him. The magma in its mouth dripped onto Jiang Zhao's face, making sizzling sounds. Holding Bell in one hand, Jiang Zhao wiped his face and suddenly said, "If you have any moves, just use them. By the way, don't self-destruct. If you do, I'll have to save you." Bang! The giant lynx stomped its foot on the ground in exasperation. Scorch! The low-quality scorch star technique almost ignited the entire disaster ruins with second-last star power realm in form. The flames surged and the airwaves surged. Jiang Shao was a real man, a real man. He meant it when he said he wouldn't resist. Not far away, Jiang Shao, who had been blasted away, stood up and looked at the giant lynx with a disheveled expression. His eyes immediately turned red, and he almost shed crocodile tears. His eyes were red because he had already thought of a strategy to mix the tears of sorrow in the field tears domain. If you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Since you've turned the star technique into martial arts, I'll have no choice but to continue training you with the star technique of tear rain. Jiang Shao looked at the lynx with a pained expression and asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Can I use Bell to heal you?" If Jiang Shao really wanted to heal it, Bell would have already jumped a few times while he was talking. The giant lynx quickly transformed into its human form and waved its hand, after which the door of the disaster ruins opened. Her body trembled slightly, and she seemed to be trying to suppress her emotions. She then said through gritted teeth, "Get lost." Huh? Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and thought, "Didn't we follow the plot?" Second last asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao grinned and said, "Sure." Before leaving, a sparring partner suddenly appeared in the disaster ruins. As soon as the sparring partner appeared, he frantically raised his hand and said solemnly, "Let me make this clear. I'm here to teach you swordsmanship. I'm a one-time consumable. If I die, your master will be gone too. I definitely won't give you a replacement." The sparring partner continued, "Do you remember the rules? Retract your aura and star techniques. Reduce your strength, reaction, and speed. Otherwise, I won't be able to guide you. Go and pick up the sword." Second last bit her lip, clearly infuriated. She was panting heavily and her chest was heaving up and down. A few seconds later, she took a deep breath and turned around to walk towards the giant sword that had fallen to the ground. "What are you giggling about?" a cold voice asked from beside him. Jiang Shao snapped out of his reverie and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was staring at Jiang Shao curiously. Ever since he boarded the plane, he had been giggling and seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Of course, Little Skin was in a good mood. After being mischievous for the entire night, how could he not be in a good mood? Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue with a smile and said, "You don't understand." "Ah, how many years has it been?" "I've finally stood up." Han Jiangxue nodded, clearly having misunderstood what Jiang Shao meant. "You deserve all the honor and praise for the Dragon Cave mission this time." Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. If you say that, I won't argue with you." 4,500 words. The Toxic Healer has finally stood up. Please support the Toxic Healer. Chapter 871. At noon, at the training ground for the national team competition in the capital. On the green field, Xiaoyan shuttled back and forth repeatedly and overturned her opponent with her shoulder. However, a bolt of lightning struck behind her. In the stands, the coaching group shook their heads. The teaching assistant named Bai said, "That won't work. A team can have 1 to 2 main attackers, but Xia Yin and Yi Hanjin can't cooperate. We still have to let Wang Yujun command Yi Hanjin. There are 4 students in this team, and they're obviously not a whole. Li Wei and Xia Yin are on the same rhythm, while Yi Hanjin and the assistant are on another rhythm. This team is torn." Zui Yiheng, the former chief examiner and current head coach, said, "However, Li Wei and Xia Yin are cooperating very well and have great tacit understanding. Besides, Gu Shi and the 3 brothers from Xiangnan Military Academy are a much better complement to the team than Xie Jiangqi." Bai, the teaching assistant, continued, "Let's have that law control from the Lu Courtyard in Hongdu replace Yi Hanjin and test the effect." Zui Yiheng was just about to say something when the phone in his pocket buzzed. He took out his phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID on the screen. He frowned slightly and chose to answer the call. Bai, the teaching assistant, was stunned for a moment. Zui Yiheng usually wouldn't pick up a call at a time like this. Of course, the fact that this call wasn't intercepted by the cell phone meant that it was an important call. 10 seconds later, Sui Yiheng put down his phone and turned to look at Bai Yin. As colleagues, Sui Yiheng's tone was naturally not as strict as he was with his students. He smiled lightly and said, "Here comes the trouble of happiness." Bai Yin asked, "What?" Sui Yiheng said, "Our champion has completed his mission and has already returned. He is currently reporting in the stadium." Hearing this, Bai Yin's face lit up and he said, "I heard that the siblings are both soldiers of the Wasteland Reclamation and Night Watch. This is incredible. I don't know what kind of mission they went to carry out, but it's so important that they were called away during the training period." "I'm not sure either. Let's not ask what we shouldn't ask." So Yiheng sighed and said, "The next generation of Huaxia depends on them." As he spoke, so Yiheng looked down at the green field and said, "It's noon. Let's rest." The team was disbanded and Xia Yin bumped fists with Li Wei before turning around to walk out of the arena. Looking at Yi Hanjin, who had also walked out of the venue, Xia Yin shrugged her shoulders. Yi Hanjin smiled helplessly. "Let me tell you, the person in the middle circle should be me." Xia Yin looked at the burly man beside her and listened to his Mandarin accent. She couldn't help but grab her hair and say, "I couldn't help it." Although I was on the left side of the field, I saw that he was wide open. Shouldn't I smash him with my sword? Am I an eyesore? Oh, you... Yi Hanjin also looked upset. He turned to look at Wang Yujun and complained, "You're too impulsive. How can you help Idang?" Hee hee. Wang Yujun covered her mouth and chuckled. Girls were more attentive, so she purposely said in Mandarin, "Don't talk about others. Aren't you the same?" "Wow. Shue shue." Xia Yin suddenly exclaimed with a face full of surprise and joy. She darted around quickly and plunged into Han Jiangshue's arms. Jiang Shao quietly took a few steps to the side and looked at Han Jiangshue, who was retreating. Dong, dong, dong. Han Jiangshue, who had just walked out of the player's tunnel, hurriedly reached out to catch it, but under the huge force, she took a few steps back. Xia Yin eventually pinned Han Jiangshue to the ground and rubbed her cheeks. "You're finally willing to come back." Sensing the pitiful look on Xia Yan's face, Han Jiangshue's heart softened, and she did not blame her for being rash. Han Jiangshue reached out and gently patted Xia Yan's back. "Yes, you're back." Although she might not be able to come back, she had indeed returned under Jiang Zhao's protection. Xia Yan bent her knees and stood up. She then tossed Han Jiangshue into the air and exclaimed in joy, "My teammate is back. I finally don't have to break in with other teams." Han Jiangshue reached out, and the barren wind blew Xia Yin away. At the same time, Han Jiangshue also slowly descended and saw Li Wei at the side. "You stayed behind?" Li Wei smiled and said, "Yes, my team has been eliminated and my teammates have all left. Because I'm more suitable for your team, the coaches kept me behind." Han Jiangshue was speechless. At the side, Gu Shiren walked over and put his arm around Li Wei's shoulder. He grinned and said, "Brother, I can't give up this position. Every dog has its day. You and the three of them have won the national championship. It's my turn now." Li Wei chuckled and did not argue with him. He had always been gentle. "I don't want anything to happen to you, either. I just have a better rapport with them. However, your functionality is stronger than mine, and the star techniques you've absorbed are very targeted. On the stage of the World Cup, you'll be able to make things easier for the team." Jiang Shao placed his hands on his hips and looked at the two unusually harmonious shield warriors. He could see the two stages of his journey. It was a blessing to have Li Wei accompanying him and witnessing his journey in the World Cup. Li Wei had joined the Northern Military Academy, but he still chose to be a shield warrior. He needed 3 teammates who were in sync with each other in order to achieve a team effect. At this moment, Li Wei was able to keep up with Xia Yan's pace because he was relying on his past achievements. For Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshue, it would be difficult for Li Wei to keep up with the pace of the team. "Wow!" Wang Yujun clicked her tongue and sighed softly. She looked at the 2 shield warriors who had completely different styles and had their arms around each other's shoulders. One was handsome and gentle, while the other was ruffian. Seriously, judging from her sparkling eyes, she must have already made up a lot of stories in her head. Gu Shi patted Li Wei's shoulder and retracted his arm. He then took out a pack of fake snakes from his pocket and put them in his mouth before looking in Jiang Zhao's direction. Gu Shi and said, "You're finally back. That Xie Jiangqi almost ate me up." Jiang Shao followed everyone out of the stadium tunnel and asked in bewilderment, "What's the matter?" Gu Shi took out a lighter and said, "The output of the Xiongnan army is sufficient, but the functionality of their star techniques is obviously insufficient. The head coach used me to patch up the holes." "That works too. You go with the 3 Xiongnan brothers and let Xie Jiangqi follow us. I'll take care of the 3 of them. 2 star techniques and 1 agility technique." "That's great." Gu Shi exhaled a mouthful of smoke and looked at Jiang Shao with a sullen gaze. "Are you still human?" All of a sudden, a sonorous female voice sounded. "Great God Pie. I couldn't ask for more." "Huh?" Jiang Shao turned around to look, only to see Xie Jiangqi, the only female soldier left in Xiangnan Military Academy. "It just so happens that I don't have to be distracted by commanding when I follow your team. I can be a cleaver in peace," Xie Jiangqi said with a smile. Xie Jiangqi said with a smile. Her voice clearly did not match her expression. It was obvious that she was joking. Gu Shi muttered, "Dream on." Xie Jiangqi turned to look at Gu Shi and said, "Damn smoker, you're finally gone. Look at how messed up the Xiangnan brothers are. There's no order at all, and they're relying on their tacit understanding." Gu Shi nodded in agreement and said, "That's true. The 3 of them really don't need any commands. Although their goals are unclear and they don't know what they're fighting, the 3 of them are just like machines with amazing tacit understanding. They attack and defend one moment and switch seamlessly." "I'm dumbfounded." Jiang Shao laughed out loud and said, "What's wrong with you, spectator? Are you the legendary Wei Wei's? But did you go to the arena to watch the battle?" Gu Shi was speechless. "Ha!" The female soldier king had a hearty smile on her face. She was so magnanimous that it made others have a good impression of her. "If they had quadruplets, I wouldn't have anything to do with them. Let's go." "Okay, see you in the afternoon," everyone said to each other in a friendly manner. Some returned to the lounge, while others went to the cafeteria for lunch. They had already entered the final stage, and the members had already been confirmed. The competition between the students was relatively less intense, especially after Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue returned to the team. Hence, the members of the teams were much clearer. Hence, they were all in a good mood. Most importantly, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were indeed very influential. They were all top players from the top Star Warriors University. Unless they could crush each other on the ground in the arena, who would be convinced by who? Even if the other party won 1 or 2 rounds, there would still be plenty of people who wouldn't be convinced. Star Warriors should indeed have such a mentality and never admit defeat. They should have a strong heart and strong confidence in order to improve. However, Jiang Shao was standing there. Anyone with a brain would give him enough respect. The 5 of them had lunch together and chatted happily. During the process, the siblings didn't mention anything about the mission, and no one asked about it. After returning to the dormitory, Xia Yin couldn't help but pester Han Jiangxue to ask about it. Han Jiangxue was a little conflicted. She didn't want to lie to her best friend at first. The 2 of them grew up together, but due to her personality and profession, Han Jiangxue didn't have many friends. Hence, Jiang Shao, who was in the dormitory next door, hurried to her dormitory after receiving Han Jiangxue's call. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao teleported in and looked at Xia Yin suspiciously, thinking that she was being mischievous and disobedient again. Han Jiangxue stretched her hand out and drew a square in front of her. Her square-shaped secret signal made Jiang Zhao's scalp tingle. Clearly, little Jiangxue was going to confess to Xia Yin. Under Han Jiangxue's urging, Jiang Shao opened the door of the Scourge Ruins, but he didn't enter. Instead, he agreed to open the door 20 minutes later. "Huh?" Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment. "You're not coming in? What kind of sign language are you 2 talking to each other?" Jiang Shao shook his head repeatedly and said, "There's a guy who hates me. I'd better not go in." Xia Yin blinked and said, "I'm just kidding. I don't hate you." Jiang Shao poked Xia Yan's waist angrily and there was a trace of green glow in his hand. Xiaoyan shrieked in surprise and disappeared instantly. A whoosh! This time, it was Han Jiangshue's turn to roll her eyes at Jiang Xiao before turning around and walking in. After Han Jiangshue walked in, the door of the Scourge Ruins quickly closed behind her. Xiaoyan pouted and rubbed her waist. She exclaimed angrily, "This kid actually sneaked up on me." Han Jiangshue suddenly raised a finger and said, "Later, no matter what you see, don't act rashly and don't shout." Huh? Xiaoyan stood up and looked at Han Jiangshue curiously. At the next moment, a star dragon whelp suddenly appeared beside Han Jiangshue. Although it was a star dragon whelp, its body was already about 3 meters long. The skin of the star dragon whelp was the color of the night sky, and there were bright Milky Way and beautiful nebulae floating in it. There was even a stellar system at the tail of the star dragon. The small planet that was closest to the stellar system was moving at a very fast speed, and its trajectory was almost visible to the naked eye. Wow! Xiaoyan's eyes widened. She had never seen such a mysterious and gorgeous creature before. The star dragon circled around Han Jiangshue slowly. Although it was entangled, it did not touch Han Jiangshue's body. The exquisite head of the star dragon slowly swam in front of her and moved forward to look at the unfamiliar girl opposite it. The dragon head had a mysterious starry sky and a pair of eyes that were filled with dazzling stars. It was magnificent and magnificent. Han Jiangshue sighed softly and said, "I'm sorry, I lied to you previously." Xiaoyan opened her mouth and looked away from the dragon head in front of her. She then looked up at Han Jiangshue's eyes. All of a sudden, there was silence. There are many beautiful pictures of people on Weibo. I even posted a picture of Little Candle today. Oh my god, it's so cute. Weibo name, You Loves Writing bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 872. QQ Group Number 4. 966496393. Newly created. The first 3 groups are almost full. Welcome to play. 9-star Poison Milk. Update and group currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 873. Jiang Xiao had no idea what the two of them were talking about in the Calamity World. When they came out, they looked calm and composed. Xia Yin was a little silent, but that was all. After the joint training in the afternoon, Xia Yin returned to her normal state and seemed to be carefree. However, at night, Xia Yin looked for Jiang Xiao and hoped to enter the training space for training. Of course, Jiang Xiao had no reason to turn her down. It was only mid-May now, and the World Cup would only begin in early July. At this moment, Xia Yin was already at the peak of the Galaxy stage. What if she accidentally broke through to the Galaxy stage? By then, it would be even better if she could successfully absorb the Sea Soul Surface or the Sea Devourer. However, Jiang Xiao had already tasted the candy in the Dragon Cave and knew how refreshing and sweet it was. Hence, he decided to fill Xia Yan's star slot with star beads in the Dragon Cave. Regardless of what awaited Jiang Xiao in the future, the stronger his comrades were, the greater their chances of survival and combat abilities would undoubtedly be. Jiang Xiao had very few friends, and there were even fewer who could be considered life and death friends. Along the way, Xia Yin was definitely the only one who could make Jiang Xiao trust his back. In fact, when Jiang Xiao first entered the snowfield, Han Jiangshue had already made a will to entrust Xia Yin to take care of Jiang Xiao if anything were to happen to her, of course. That was a story that happened a long time ago. Now, Jiang Xiao had already embarked on his own path and turned around to take care of the 2 girls. At this moment, the first thing Jiang Xiao had to do was to let second last recruit Xia Yin into the Guardians of the Night so that they could explore the Dragon Cave in the future. Second last immediately expressed that she had no objections. Xia Yin's family background was excellent, and her father was also a member of the team that explored the Dragon Cave. Later on, he suffered a huge psychological blow due to the disappearance of his teammates, Han Jiangshue and had been recuperating at home ever since. Second last agreed, but Qin Wangchuan was pitiful. Speaking of Qin Wangchuan, on this day, which was also the third day after Jiang Zhao's return, Chief Instructor Qin actually personally rushed to the hotel where the national team was staying, which made Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue feel honored. "Hey, who is this?" Jiang Xiao opened the door and was obviously stunned for a moment. He tilted his head and looked up at Qin Wangchuan. "Huh." Qin Wangchuan pressed his palm on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and squeezed it so hard that Jiang Xiao was in pain. His face was filled with the joy of reuniting with Jiang Xiao, but he was more surprised and relieved. Jiang Xiao was caught off guard by Qin Wangchuan's complicated expression and emotions. The facts prove that in this world, there are still many people who care about you and care for you silently. This feeling, Qin Wangchuan suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart and said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Instructor Qin, please wait a moment. Let's talk outside." A smile appeared on Jiang Zhao's face as he said, "Shall we roast some meat?" Qin Wangchuan nodded. "Let's go." Jiang Xiao turned around and shouted into the house, "Old Gu, put on your clothes. The price of pork has risen recently. Let's bleed Minter Qin today." Jiang Xiao then flashed and entered Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin's dormitory. In the bathroom, Jiang Xiao adjusted the size of the door of the Calamity Shadows world and strode in. He found the two of them in the Calamity Shadows training space. As Star Warriors, the two girls moved quickly and cleanly. More than 10 minutes later, Han Jiangxue's long hair was still wet, while Xia Yin walked out of the dormitory with a flushed face that was unique to those who had just showered. Everyone walked out of the hotel and found a barbecue restaurant to gorge themselves. Pork chops, pork loin, and pig heart. The most delicious thing was the streaky pork. It was simply delicious. Jiang Xiao took the persimmon leaves and rolled the pickled cabbage and streaky pork. He then smeared some sauce on it and stuffed it into his mouth. He then picked up a napkin to wipe his hands and put his arm around Qin Wangchuan's shoulder. Qin Wangchuan looked at the 4 soldiers under him and was feeling emotional when he heard Jiang Zhao's soft voice. Jiang Xiao said softly, "I have it, but you don't." Qin Wangchuan was dumbfounded. Qin Wangchuan was obviously aware of the mission in the Dragon Cave. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "First class full moon merit. Are you envious?" Qin Wangchuan had long been mentally prepared. Regardless of whether Jiang Xiao could return alive or not, Jiang Xiao would definitely do his best and achieve certain results given his personality and style. Now that Jiang Xiao was sitting beside him alive and eating the barbecue, Jiang Xiao felt that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had obtained any honor. However, when Jiang Xiao said those words, the impact on Qin Wangchuan was unimaginable. As a soldier himself, Qin Wangchuan knew what it meant to be a full moon merit. Qin Wangchuan, who was initially drinking the juice, put it aside and turned around to shout, "Boss, the menu." Jiang Xiao looked at Qin Wangchuan curiously, only to see that he had ordered 2 bottles of white wine. Jiang Xiao was speechless. When the white wine was served, Jiang Xiao looked at Qin Wangchuan warily, only to discover that Minter Qin had quickly filled his glass and downed it in one gulp. He then yelled, "Awesome!" His behavior gave Jiang Xiao a great shock, and he wondered, did he really just drink a glass of white wine? Maybe Qin Wangchuan was proud of it, or maybe he was overjoyed to see Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue's success for the perspective of the Han couple. That night, Qin Wangchuan was driven away by his soldiers. He was extremely drunk during the meal, and no one urged him to drink. However, Qin Wangchuan had no choice but to drink by himself, standing at the entrance of the barbecue shop. The 4 of them watched as the car gradually drove away. The night breeze caressed Jiang Zhao's cheeks, and his body swayed a little. He could feel Qin Wangchuan's happiness from the bottom of his heart, so he accompanied him for a few drinks. However, in comparison, Jiang Xiao drank much less than Qin Wangchuan. Han Jiangxue gently held Jiang Zhao's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. White light flashed in Jiang Zhao's hands, and he rubbed his stomach. He sounded a little tipsy as he said, "Many people are thinking about us." "Okay, Han Jiangxue changed her posture and grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm. She then supported his body and walked forward. Let's take a walk to sober up. Jiang Zhao suddenly said, You smell so good. Han Jiangxue blushed and said, You drank too much. Jiang Zhao tilted his head and sniffed Han Jiangxue's clothes before saying, It smells really good. You smell like streaky pork. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Xia Yin and Gu Shi were beside her with extremely interesting expressions on their faces. At the same time, in the upper dimension, a team of 3 was walking through the mountain range. They walked past the mountains, crossed the grassland, and crossed the mountains and rivers. Finally, they stood on the land of the Central Plains. Jiang Zhao carried the broken stone sword on his back and walked at the front. He stood at the top of the cliff and stepped on the boulder in front of him. He looked down and said, She won't be like us and bypass Yin Zhao to come to the Central Plains. Behind him, Senior He-Yun said, We've traveled all over the 3 northern provinces and the grassland in the east of Great Ming Dynasty. We've explored all the places we can go, but we can't go to those forbidden areas. Jiang Zhao grinned and said, Because of the existence of the fugitives, Yin Zhao is a forbidden area. However, you once said that the Central Plains and Tianjin are also forbidden areas because of the existence of the Shadow Clan. He turned his head helplessly and glanced at the blind lady before saying, Compared to Yin Zhao, the Central Plains is still relatively safer. Since both of you want to come, what can I do? The blind lady spoke up, which was rare for her. I can't stay in the same area forever. I chose to team up with you for the sake of helping each other, but I can't live the rest of my life according to your wishes. He sighed and said, I'm already an old man, so why would I be afraid of death? However, you guys are still young. I hope you can give yourselves more time to prepare. It's not too late to change our direction. We can continue heading south or west. The blind lady said calmly, The areas that you didn't allow me to go to, such as the bushes in Daming Province, left a deep impression on me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but smack his lips and say, It's a pity that everyone has their own ambitions. Those soldiers chose to stay there and live. Otherwise, it would be good to have 2 teammates for our team. Upon hearing this, the blind lady smiled and said, You've brought a few soldiers with you. Are you willing to let them accompany you to take the risk? Didn't you send them to Xanadu? After a few months of teamwork and countless battles, the blind lady gradually thawed. Although she still didn't speak much, she was already talking to Jiang Zhao. It's safer there, Jiang Zhao said. The blind lady stepped forward and stood beside Jiang Zhao. She looked down and said, Have you ever asked for their opinions? Ask them what they want and if they're willing to go with you to explore this strange world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao fell silent. The blind lady said, You didn't ask. Jiang Zhao said, Yes. The blind lady said, So, you're the same type of person as him. Jiang Zhao asked, Who? The blind lady turned her head slightly and gestured to He-Yun behind her. Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and asked, What do you mean? The blind lady said, In the name of your own good, you're making decisions for others and deciding their lives. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but laugh and said, So, I'm still living the way I hate? The blind lady pursed her lips and didn't respond. Brat, I'm standing right behind you. Why are you mocking me like that? He panicked and immediately revealed his native accent. The blind lady said calmly, If you travel all over the Central Plains and still don't find her, will you follow Senior He's advice and head south or west? Jiang Zhao asked, The blind lady said, It seems that Yin Zhao is very likely to be the place she's headed to. Jiang Zhao smirked and said, Sister blind lady, I'm just bait. I don't care, so I'm not afraid of death. After such a long time, I finally understand that you're really not afraid of death. Bait, a bait that could change star maps, change professions, and even turn stars into martial arts. The blind lady sighed softly and continued, What kind of person is your original body? According to He-Yun, Jiang Zhao used the 9-star map as a foundation and appeared as a support. That time, Jiang Zhao's body was bitten by a large fish in the sea. This time, Jiang Shao arrived there with a flower blade star map and no longer had any medical auxiliary star techniques. In the past few months, the blind lady had a clear understanding of Jiang Zhao's abilities after countless battles. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "There's nothing mysterious about it. Your original body is exactly the same as mine. I'm just more mischievous and in a better mood. After all, on Earth, civilization, system, and hometown are still around." The blind lady turned around and covered her eyes with a white cloth, but Jiang Shao seemed to have sensed her gaze. The blind lady said slowly, "I'll accompany you to the Central Plains. Are you willing to accompany me to Yanzhou?" Hey, what are you talking about?" He frantically asked. Why did the topic suddenly change to this? These two damn brats really don't let others be at ease. Jiang Shao nodded slowly and said, "Let's take a look here first." Jiang Shao then turned around. He was carrying the giant stone sword on his back and stepping on the boulder in front of him. He rested his elbows on his knees and looked down. The blind lady also turned around, and her clothes fluttered in the night wind. The scene was zoomed out at the foot of the mountain. In the dense forest, a city stood proudly. In the stone city, one after another, majestic towers rose from the ground and stood quietly under the night sky. Jiang Shao looked at the magnificent scene and sighed deeply. Is this what the outside of the ancient tower looks like? Recommended books by two friends. 1. Movie World Savior. Life and death are indifferent to it. If you're not satisfied with any movie, I'll help you change it. Remember to give it a 5-star rating. 2. The Age of Voyages. After the end of the Broken Era, the Age of Voyages began and billions of fragments descended on the world. They opened up territories, built nests, plundered resources and ancient inheritances, ascended to the sky step by step, and rebuilt the immortal world. Something cropped up in the morning and he arrived home earlier than expected. Update as usual at 20 p.m. The above text is free. Apex. Chapter 874. Under the night sky, the three of them walked in a dense forest and stopped in unison. All three of them had perception-type star techniques, but unfortunately, they got to know the star-crowned creatures in the bushes of Daming Province, as well as the human soldiers who depended on them for survival. Hence, they took a detour and did not go deep into the Daming grassland. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao's silver quality star technique might be able to be replaced with a high-quality one. After all, the ghostly tiger in a mutated sphere should at least be of the platinum quality, right? It might even be of the diamond quality. If it was of the diamond quality, the star technique contained in the star bead would at least be of platinum quality. In the dark night, a pair of strange green demonic eyes emitted a faint ray of light and stared at them in the dense forest. Without a doubt, it was Grimace Monk. In the Earth's dimension, in the central plains of China, there was a dimensional space at the top of the ancient tower. The Grimace Monk in that dimensional space was extremely famous. He had accompanied batch after batch of melee combatants in the growth of melee combatants. It was also because of this that the phrase, Central Plains produces melee combatants, spread throughout China. Jiang Shao pulled out the giant stone sword from his back, which was slightly broken and looked like it could not withstand a single blow. However, Jiang Shao quickly wrapped the giant sword with star power to protect the weapon in his hand. That was just a conventional weapon. When it came to a life-and-death battle, Jiang Shao would likely pull out the flower blade from the star map, which would be a great killing weapon. The blind lady was dressed in a white robe that fluttered in the wind. She tilted her head slightly, and a lotus bloomed under her feet. 2 pitch-black ink flowers had already bloomed on the soles of her shoes. He-Yun landed behind the two of them and frowned as he sized up the creature in front of him. In this pitch-black forest, pairs of green demon eyes suddenly opened one after another. Those strange and terrifying gazes locked onto the three of them. A battle was about to break out. In the tranquil forest, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. It was incomparably sinister. Is it? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Even his 2 teammates behind him were a little stunned. Jiang Shao said, "Is it the Chinese brother? Where are you? Why am I not?" Before Jiang Shao finished speaking, the hoarse voice sounded again. The Chinese brother is not here. As he spoke, a 3-meter-tall colossus slowly walked out. Behind him, he held a bright ball in his hand. It looked like a luminous pearl as he slowly floated over. Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. In his line of sight, the huge figure that walked out was wearing a straw raincoat weaved from grass and a bamboo hat on its head. The brim of the hat was pulled down so low that its eyes couldn't be seen clearly. However, the pitch-black face and the wide grin on its face revealed its identity. This was actually a ghost-faced monk. At this moment, he was not in his combat form, and the straw cape seemed to be real and not a star technique. Hence, there were no other lines or colors floating on the cape. For the time being, Jiang Shao could not tell which kind of monk he was. The masked monk actually spoke. Suppressing his astonishment, Jiang Shao asked carefully, "Why do you speak Chinese? Did a Chinese teach you that?" "Chinese." The eerie voice sounded again, as if it was thinking about something. Jiang Shao hurriedly asked, "Are there any Chinese here? Can you please introduce us to them?" The grimace monk slowly walked forward and stretched out a pitch-black hand. He raised a finger with a sharp fingernail and pushed up the brim of the bamboo hat, revealing a pair of huge, golden, pupilless eyes. Golden eyes? Golden companion? So, you're the leader of this group of straw companions? Jiang Shao thought to himself. When not in combat form, he couldn't use the color lines on the cape to determine the identity of the other party, but the color of their eyes did reveal their species. Jiang Shao continued, "Hello, may I ask if there are any Chinese compatriots here?" All of a sudden, the golden companion leaned to the side and extended his black claws. He waved them to the sides and said, "Make way, welcome the guest." All of a sudden, the straw companions behind him retreated to the sides. At this moment, a difficult problem was placed in front of everyone. Enter or not enter? If Jiang Shao was alone, he would definitely go in. It didn't matter if he died. However, He Yun and the blind lady had actual physical bodies. If they died, they would be gone. This group of masked monks. Jiang Shao continued, "Pardon me for asking, but is that Huaxia man called Yichongyang? A cute little girl with a stone necklace around her neck?" The golden companion stared at Jiang Shao. The corners of its mouth slowly widened until it reached its ears. A horrifying ghost face appeared in front of the trio. There was a hint of mystery in that sinister smile as it said in a hoarse voice, "Please." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "The two of you wait outside. I'll go on myself." Ian could not help but laugh. The blind lady also frowned slightly. Well, it couldn't be helped. Jiang Shao was indeed used to being a father. Oh. The golden companion's pupilless eyes widened slightly. It looked at Jiang Shao with a smile, seemingly surprised. After Jiang Shao said this, the ghost-faced golden couple paid more attention to Jiang Shao. She also saw the stone blade in his hand and said, "You're going to fight alone." Hee. Jiang Shao was speechless. "Seems like our Chinese compatriots have taught you a lot. How can you say such a high-level phrase like coming alone?" The second master is the one who goes alone. The second master is holding the green dragon crescent blade with a long pole. I'm holding the dragon slayer blade, the kind that will be given away with a click. How can that be the same? Of course, Jiang Shao was just secretly complaining. If that was how the masked monk described Jiang Zhao's situation and determination, there was nothing wrong with it. Behind him, the blind lady stepped forward. Every step she took was like a lotus. Pitch-black ink flowers bloomed on the ground that she stepped on. However, they were like epiphyllum flowers that disappeared in a flash. The pitch-black ink flower quickly withered, turning into pitch-black oil stains that seeped into the soil. Although she was walking forward, she turned her body slightly, as if she was looking at the old man behind her. Unknown? Danger? Nothing could stop her from moving forward. Everyone had their own motives for every action they took. Ian also stepped forward without hesitation. His motive was very simple. He wanted to train Jiang Shao. By chance, Ian saw a soldier with a pure and innocent heart in the upper layer of the snowy plains. He saw this soldier who lived up to his reputation as a soldier of both armies. Everything Jiang Shao did for Hu Wei, Cang Lan, his child Yuan Yuan, and Zhang Songfu was considered a report card and a proof of loyalty. He Yin was extremely satisfied. He Yin hoped that he could play some role as a guide. He wanted to let this young soldier gain more knowledge and understand more about this alien ball while he was still alive. Now, since Jiang Shao had decided to break into the tiger's den, He Yin would definitely follow. The Golden Companion, the leader of the masked monk, saw that the three of them were still moving forward. The smile on his dark face became even more terrifying. The scene was extremely horrifying, and timid people would better not look at it. Jiang Shao was really a little worried that the masked monk would laugh and split its head in half. There were no grass monks following them, and only the golden couple at the side of the team of three led the way. They walked in the dense forest, and with the help of the perception type star technique, Jiang Shao could clearly sense the dangers in the dense forest. There were probably hundreds of masked monks lurking in ambush and guarding the place. More than 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of a magnificent city wall. The city gate was just like the gate of an ancient Chinese city. Above the huge city gate, there were 3 large words engraved, Yi Ancient Pagoda. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded when he saw this. The name of this city was too characteristic of China. He didn't know if the 2 words Ancient Pagoda came from the name of the ancient pagoda summit by the people on Earth, or if it was because there were so many ancient pagodas here that these 2 words were written. However, regardless of the words ancient pagoda, the word Yi had already made Jiang Shao think of the words ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. There were indeed humans here, and they had to be Chinese. They were Chinese people with a rich cultural heritage, or rather, in the Earth dimension. They were born and raised here, and this land was their other hometown on the alien planet. Troops. Numbers. Numbers. A loud and clear voice suddenly sounded from the high wall. It was spoken in pure Mandarin. With just this one sentence, the voice was filled with excitement and heroism, causing everyone to feel as if they were in the middle of a battle of iron horses and spears. The blind lady frowned slightly and did not speak. He Yin looked at the dark figure on the city wall and said slowly, Wasteland Reclaimer, Team Number 42, Soldier Number 001. He Yin. He didn't even need to mention the last 2 sentences, Team 42 and Soldier 001. Just the first 2 sentences alone were enough to stun the people on the city wall. Wasteland Reclaimer. Jiang Shao couldn't help but be speechless. What a mortal. Sky Reclaimer. Every time he heard it, Jiang Shao would feel his scalp go numb. In particular, Senior He Yun's aged voice made him feel that the title represented too many stories. However, there was no more sound from the city wall. Jiang Shao looked a bit awkward. Did the brother above not hear the number of Senior He Yun's team? After all, this was the group of people who had created the world. Jiang Shao turned to look at Golden Companion and saw that he had lowered his hat. His majestic body was wrapped in a raincoat, and he stood there motionlessly like a statue. Jiang Shao frowned and shouted, Brother, such pure Mandarin is a secret code. Don't tell me you were hurt by your compatriots. Finally, a voice came from the city wall, Leave Yigu Tower. Jiang Shao grinned and said, It wasn't easy to find our compatriots. We just want to meet and chat with you. We have no ill intentions. There aren't many of our kind in this alien planet. Hee hee. A disdainful laugh came from above. Leave here. Golden Companion suddenly raised his head and said with a hoarse voice, If they are your compatriots, we can guard Yigu Tower together. Jiang Shao was stunned. He looked up and asked, Friend, did you encounter any trouble? The few of us are still quite strong. Leave. Jiang Shao introduced himself. Vigil, Light Chasing. Tail Feather Team, Deputy Leader codenamed Nine-Tailed. You've never heard of Sky Splitter. Have you heard of Tail Feather? Oh, by the way, you might have been here for a long time. Back then, we were still called Tail Feather Team. As soon as he said that, Jiang Shao noticed that the blind lady beside him shuddered. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. If Jiang Shao did not have any perception-type star techniques, he would probably have overlooked her strangeness in the dark night. A black shadow leaped down from the city wall. You don't know what's good for you. You don't recognize Sky Splitter, but you recognize Tail Feather? I really don't know what to say about you. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiao no longer had time to complain. He stared at the blind lady beside him and said, Elder He. He Yun asked, huh? Jiang Xiao slowly turned his head to look at He Yun and asked, Is this girl's surname you? He Yun was slightly stunned. Without saying anything, his expression had already explained everything. Jiang Xiao heaved a deep sigh of relief and turned around to look at the blind lady. In the distance, the figure that had fallen from the city wall landed heavily on the ground and slowly walked towards the three of them. However, Jiang Xiao simply stared at the blind lady and said, I'm nine-tailed. Before me, there were 4 other tail feathers. The first one died, the second one became the leader, the third one leaped into the holy ground, and the fourth one was expelled from the army. It's up to fate whether we live or die. The blind lady didn't say a word. She just stood there quietly and didn't react at all. Jiang Xiao said softly, The first tail feather that died in the battle once told me that the third tail feather was not a deserter. She just understood what she wanted and finally mustered the courage to truly live. The blind lady finally moved. She slowly lowered her head. She clenched her fists tightly under the white robe. Jiang Xiao walked towards the blind lady and extended his right hand. Let's get to know each other. I'm Ninetail from Tail Feather Team. The blind lady extended her slender hand out of the white robe and gently held Jiang Xiao's palm. You Chiotzi. At the next moment, Jiang Xiao felt a tug on his body, and the blind lady whispered into his ear, Who killed one tail? Jiang Xiao said softly, The person who killed him is already dead. I caught the murderer and handed him over to second last. She executed him personally. As for the murderer's organization, there are still 11 people left. The blind lady bit her lip and fell silent all of a sudden. Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before saying softly, Second last always brings me to that barbecue shop. She likes to eat the grilled codfish there. Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu are both very strong. Jiang Xiao felt that his palm was being gripped tightly, and the bones in his hand made a crisp sound. He endured the pain and didn't make a sound. In front of him, the blind lady's eyes were covered with a white cloth, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Her tears were not clear, but pitch black, as if they were made of ink, staining her fair and tender face. Jiang Xiao sighed softly and thought, Hello, 3 last. For 1,000 words. Seeking monthly votes for support. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 875. You're very young. The man's sonorous voice sounded. Jiang Xiao turned his head slightly and saw a slightly weathered face. The man was probably in his 30s, wearing a bamboo hat and a straw coat. He had long black hair that reached his shoulders, and there was some stubble on his face. His face was slightly weathered, and his gaze was rather sharp. He was also holding a very strange weapon in his hand. It looked like 2 broad crescent blades with a large arc. The hilts of the 2 blades were put together to form an S shape, which was rather peculiar. Jiang Xiao said, Positions in military ranks are based on battle merits. That's the case for the Guardians of the Night. Why? Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhao's slightly provocative words got the other party's approval. The man who looked like an ancient ranger actually nodded and looked at 3 tails and He Yun with a sharp gaze. Team, designation, serial number. Jiang Xiao asked in the same manner. The man's voice was sonorous and powerful as he said, Central China's Guardians of the Night, Light-Chasing Falcon Team. Codename Peregrine Falcon. Name Yu Chen. Jiang Xiao looked at the weathered assassin in front of him and nodded secretly. It's no wonder he's called Peregrine Falcon. His eyes are really sharp. Let's go in first. Peregrine Falcon turned around and walked towards the city gate. Jiang Xiao looked at the 2 people behind him and strode forward to catch up. At the back, Golden Couple was still grinning strangely as she followed behind. The heavy gate slowly opened to both sides, revealing a gap for the people to enter. Jiang Xiao said, Brother, when did you come here? How did you get here? Peregrine Falcon tightened the large raincoat on his body and said, August 2014, Central Province, Yi City, top of the ancient pagoda. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy mistakenly entered the holy ground at the top of the ancient pagoda in 2014 and has already appeared in the other world in 19 years? Besides, judging from the monk's proficiency in Chinese and the magnificent city walls, Peregrine Falcon Yuchen had probably been here for a long time. In other words, Peregrine Falcon didn't spend much time looking for an exit in the upper dimension. Jiang Shao asked curiously, what does the top of the ancient pagoda look like? Is it the same as the lower level? At the top of the ancient tower in the upper dimension, the terrain is no longer restricted to the inside of the tower. When I first entered, I was in the wilderness. In the upper dimension, the terrain of the central plains is there. Peregrine Falcon explained and changed the topic. Peregrine Falcon asked, how did you come in? Jiang Shao showed great respect to Hiyun and took the lead to introduce him. Senior Hiyun, the first batch of wasteland reclaimers from the northern China wasteland reclaimers have entered the upper dimension by mistake for 20 years. The Peregrine Falcon stopped and looked at the old man behind it in surprise. When Hiyun reported the team's information, the Peregrine Falcon had already sensed something, but when Jiang Shao told it clearly, it was a little dumbfounded. This old man was from the generation that created the world? Jiang Shao then pointed at the blind lady who had tears on her cheeks and said, this is my teammate. Her code name is Three Tails. Hearing this, Third Tail, blind lady, froze in her tracks. The young man beside her is already the deputy leader of the Tail Feather Regiment. So what he said, does he still recognize me? As for me, Jiang Shao said while following the Peregrine Falcon, Beijiang Province, Jiangbin City, Jianan Village, Snowfield Dimensional Space. While speaking, Jiang Shao scanned the interior of the city curiously and walked on the flat yellow road, only to see a large number of tall towers. The city was more prosperous than he had imagined, and there were even grimace monks wandering on the streets. Compared to the bustling streets of human society, the voices of the grimace monks were very strange. Their gloomy and hoarse voices didn't sound like they were chatting, but more like they were wailing and howling. Most of the houses there were made of wood, but of course, there were also some made of stone. Jiang Shao even saw a blacksmith shop that was brightly lit and more conspicuous. However, there was no sign hanging on the shop. At this moment, there was a grimace monk holding a large ringed sword and gently flicking the blade with his dark fingers. He seemed to be a buyer who was choosing a weapon. The strangest thing was that none of the houses in the city turned on their lights. It was only nighttime now, but apart from the blacksmith shop, almost all the other houses were dark. There were no lights on the streets, but there were some spots of light. The devilish eyes of the ghost-faced monks emitted specks of light, making this dark and gloomy city look even more like a ghost city. It's really an archaic style, a strange archaic style. Jiang Shao clicked his tongue and sighed. He was secretly speechless. The monks with masks on their heads and straw raincoats on their bodies were like ancient rangers. They were so mysterious. Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks and looked at the scene in front of him. What is experience? What is a story? A man's head shouldn't just look up at the sky. A man who travels thousands of miles or reads thousands of books. As soon as Jiang Shao stopped, everyone stopped as well. In front of him, four burly monks with grimacing faces walked over in unison. Clearly, they were not strolling around, but patrolling instead. Their uniforms were exactly the same. They were all wearing bamboo hats and straw raincoats. Unlike the grimace monks who were strolling on the streets, their straw raincoats had thin silver threads that slid down from top to bottom. It was extremely beautiful. As the brims of their hats were pressed very low, it was impossible to distinguish their species from the color of their eyes. However, judging from the color of the thin threads on their clothes, they should be four silver companions. From what this golden companion said just now, you seem to have a little trouble here. Jiang Shao took the opportunity to ask when he saw the golden companion going forward to negotiate with the four silver companions. Peregrine Falcon nodded and said, "Let's go see my teammates first." Jiang Shao looked at Peregrine Falcon and said, "Someone else came here by mistake." Peregrine Falcon said, "There are a total of 3 Chinese soldiers here. One of them is my teammate, and the other one came earlier. That person came earlier than the 2 of us. He supervised the construction of this city. Let's go." Not far away, the Golden Companion's hoarse voice drifted over. The group continued to move forward, and the grimace monks wandering on the streets also looked at these unfamiliar humans curiously. A few minutes later, everyone had already arrived in front of a tower. In this city, there were a total of 3 towers, and this was one of them. The area of this tower was enough to match the area of a small city. It could be imagined how magnificent this ancient tower city was. Peregrine Falcon walked forward and led everyone into the ancient tower maze. In this dark and complicated maze, Peregrine Falcon seemed to be strolling in his own back garden. After a few turns, everyone also saw light. Walking out of the maze, Jiang Shao had to cover his eyes with one hand. After being in a dim environment for a long time, he was naturally not used to the sudden dazzling light. Through the gaps between his fingers, Jiang Shao saw a familiar scene. In the lower dimension, during the preliminary round of the previous World Cup, Jiang Shao, Ho Mingming, and Zhao Wenlong spent a long time in the dimensional space at the top of the ancient tower. At that time, Jiang Shao had also seen such a stone pillar inside the ancient tower. This was a huge stone pillar with a diameter of at least 10 meters. Its entire body was lustrous white, and on the surface of this lustrous white stone pillar, there were a large number of pitch-black light spots. They followed a special trajectory, twisting as they floated upwards, like strange little black snakes. Peregrine Falcon raised his hand and pointed at the thick white stone pillar in the distance with the strange S-shaped machete. That stone pillar was originally an ordinary stone pillar. After being dyed by this light, its surface was covered with a layer of white luster, including the black spots of light that floated upwards. We don't know where it came from. You can think of it as a gift from nature to creatures. Peregrine Falcon then turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "No one knows where the white energy that soars into the sky comes from. The stone pillar is built on it, and the ancient tower is built on it. On the land of the Central Plains, such energy pillars with white bases and black spots will occasionally appear. The grimace monks will gather there and build their own living place, which is also the so-called ancient tower. I don't know how the grimace monks knew how to build this maze-like ancient tower, why they have the relevant knowledge in their minds, or where their powerful martial arts skills came from, but this maze is used to defend against enemies. Before my teammates came here, there were no cities or other buildings here, only 3 ancient towers built on the pillars of light. If you have already traveled to the Central Plains, you may have seen some pillars of light that have just been activated, or a lonely ancient tower. The grimace monks like this white energy, and at present, I can't tell what benefits this energy has for them, but they naturally like this energy. Similarly, the other creatures in the Central Plains also like this energy, so the grimace monks chose to build towers to wrap and hide the pillars of light. They also chose to use the maze method to resist foreign enemies. Jiang Shao nodded secretly and absorbed the relevant knowledge of the alien spheres. He then asked, "The grimace monks are probably of the diamond quality, right? Wouldn't that mean that they can do whatever they want in the Central Plains? Why do they have to build towers to hide the energy pillars?" Peregrine Falcon shook its head and said, "In the lower dimension, the golden partner and clothing partner are of the gold quality, while the grass partner and silver partner are of the silver quality. In the upper dimension, the golden partner and clothing partner are of the platinum quality, while the grass partner and silver partner are of the gold quality. In the alien sphere, all the grimace monks are the platinum quality." Jiang Shao nodded. The so-called projection did not mean that the creatures in each dimensional space were different. The creatures that were projected had their own special conditions. Take the snow field, for example. The white ghouls in the lower dimension were of the brass quality, while the white ghouls in the upper dimension were of the gold quality. In the alien sphere, most of the white ghouls were still of the gold quality. There were a few platinum quality ones, but they were too rare and difficult to find. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao's green glow and endurance star techniques wouldn't only be of gold quality. Peregrine Falcon continued, all creatures desire this energy. The Grimace monks are very united and intelligent. They can always seize their own territory, but we're very special here. Jiang Shao asked why. Peregrine Falcon said, if nothing goes wrong, we should be in my hometown on Earth, Yi City. This place is located in the south of Yanzhou and north of the Central Plains. We're almost on the border between the two provinces. Jiang Shao asked so. Peregrine Falcon looked at Jiang Shao with a sullen expression and said, you keep asking me what kind of trouble there is here. In fact, it's very troublesome here. There's a group of souls of the dead in the north of Yanzhou province. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. Souls of the dead? Peregrine Falcon said, creatures of the dead. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The fugitives of the lower dimension are all of the platinum quality. How strong would they be after the upper dimension and the alien sphere? Peregrine Falcon said, the fugitives are of the diamond quality. They shouldn't have come out of the cave of death. Every creature has its own characteristics and range of activities. Such characteristics will restrain them from plundering the resources of the pillars of light in the Central Plains. But a month ago, the Grimace monks in the city accidentally broke a corner of the top of the pagoda when they were having a martial arts competition, and some light came out, which was seen by the fugitives on the other side of the mountain. At the back, Heian finally spoke. It's such a crisis. Why don't you choose to ask for help and instead chase us away? As he spoke, Heian turned to look into the depths of the maze and seemed to have discovered something. A male voice also came from the depths of the dark corridor. Peregrine Falcon is worried that you'll choose to help us because of our existence and because we are the Chinese army. Hence, you'll stay here. Jiang Shao was amused. He took 2 steps back and tilted his head to look over. Why are you letting us in now? In the depths of the corridor, accompanied by a golden companion, a mysterious man walked over and finally revealed himself. The man was also dressed like a ranger in a bamboo hat and a cape with a half-moon machete on his waist. Perhaps your name is too scary. The deputy leader of the light-chasing tail feather team. He feels that you can really provide some help. It seemed that the golden companion had told this man all the information. Jiang Shao was speechless. Oh no, something happened. I'm the deputy leader of the main body. I'm indeed very powerful, but I have to be here in person. Let's use a classic reply from 10 years ago. Not in person. I'm just AF * King Bait. Senior, please forgive us for not recognizing you. The man wore a bamboo hat, revealing a square face and a pair of majestic almond-shaped eyes. He stretched out his right hand and said, Central China Guardians of the Night, Light-Chasing Falcon Team. Codename Falcon, namely Hauga. He nodded gently, stretched out his old hand, and shook hands with Li Hauga. Heian looked at the 2 rangers and felt a fierce aura coming from them. He couldn't help but nod secretly and said slowly, the younger generation will surpass the older. Jiang Shao sighed. Since they chose to stay here and live and die with the Grimace monks, there must be a lot of stories behind it. Continue to 4,000 words. Continue to work hard. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 876. In the ancient tower, the group of people were still chatting, exchanging information, and getting familiar with each other. Meanwhile, Jin Wang, who was standing at the side, was staring at Jiang Shao with a pair of burning golden eyes. Even if Jiang Shao did not have any perception-type star techniques, he would still be attracted by her gaze. Jin Wang's hoarse voice suddenly sounded and interrupted the conversation. I like this. Chinese, going to battle alone. Jiang Xiaopi, going to battle alone? That's a good name. Jiang Shao turned around and raised his head slightly to look at Jin Wang's golden eyes. Thank you? Jin Wang said, I will fight with you. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and looked at the 2 rangers, Peregrine Falcon and Saker Falcon. Li Hauga frowned slightly and yelled, Jin Shichi. The smile on Jin Luo's pitch-black, ghostly face grew wider and wider. He can fight. Li Hauga looked at Jiang Shao and nodded slightly. You know their biological characteristics. Even if they are very intelligent, The bloodthirsty genes in their blood can't be erased. Yu Chen humphed and said, if it weren't for their bravery and ruthlessness, and if it weren't for Jin Shiqi, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Jiang Shao was also aware of the biological characteristics of the grimacing monks. They were undoubtedly aggressive, but unlike the white ghouls who were brutal and bloodthirsty, the grimacing monks were obviously of a higher level. They did not simply like to kill, but they also liked to learn skills and study martial arts. Not to mention the highly intelligent grimace monks on the alien ball. Even the grimace monks that had been weakened through the projection also liked to spar. In the previous World Cup, when Jiang Shao, Hou Mingming, and Zhao Wenlong first entered the top of the ancient tower, they were challenged to a duel by a grass monk. Why? It was because at that time, Jiang Shao was carrying a giant steel sword on his back. Because of this weapon, the grass monk took off his bamboo hat and let it roll to Jiang Zhao's feet. Such an action and the information contained in the challenge were all from the grimace monks of the lowest level. It was enough to imagine what the characteristics of the high-grade ghost face monks in the strange ball would be like. Jiang Shao even felt that the golden couple was already suppressing their own nature. He had accompanied them for such a long time, and they only began to challenge Jiang Shao to a battle after they saw their fellow Chinese and the person in charge, Li Haoge. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, friend, your name is Jin Shiqi? The golden consort nodded with a strange smile on her face. That's a good name. So, there are 16 others like you? Jiang Shao asked with a smile. The golden couple paused for a moment, as if she was thinking. After a few seconds, she said, there are 108 gold coins in total. Jiang Shao was speechless. Yu Chen replied, there are nearly 1,000 ghost face monks in the city. They're the most powerful ghost face monk organization in this area. There are only 108 golden companions and silver companions here. There are more than 400 grass companions and 300 silver companions. Jiang Shao nodded and thought to himself, it seems that although everyone is of the platinum quality, the status of the golden couple and clothing partner is still higher. After all, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Li Haoge said, before we came here, there were less than 100 ghost face monks in this city. Then, the two of us came here by mistake, and the foreigners took us in. Since then, the two of us sorted out the team, set up rules, prohibited internal strife, and fought everywhere. In 3 years, Yigu Pagoda has developed to its current level. However, I'm afraid that Jin Shi, Er's attack will destroy everything that we've worked so hard to build. It seems that the two brothers of the Falcon Squad are very afraid of the fugitives. Yu Chen said, maybe we should persuade the Forerunners to move their base. The Central Plains is so vast. With our current combat power, it won't be a problem to seize a pillar of light area and annex an ancient pagoda force. Li Haoge shook his head and sighed. The wisdom of the ghost face monks is indeed above a certain level, but don't forget their characteristics. You want these thousands of brave and ruthless masked monks to move? To escape from danger? They are different from us. There is no life or death in their eyes, only battle. When they see danger, they can't wait to charge. If it wasn't for the two of us stopping them, they would have already rushed to the other side of the mountain. If you tell them to move now, they will rebel at any moment. It's been so long. Haven't you noticed their expressions? They are all looking forward to the arrival of the battle. Hearing this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin. They are really unyielding. At the same time, Jiang Shao changed the word unyielding to brainless in his mind. The Golden Companion spoke again. I can fight you. Jiang Shao. The things they were discussing were obviously not on the same level. The two brothers of the Falcon Squad were worried about the fate of Yigu Pagoda, while the Golden Companion was only thinking about fighting Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao obviously wouldn't back down. He said, friend, you have found the right person. I can't do anything else, but I am very good at fighting. Hearing this, the ghost face monk's golden eyes suddenly widened. Light shot out in all directions, making people feel a little nervous. Of course, Jiang Shao was confident in his words. In the lower dimension, The Golden Companion was a gold-quality creature whose two-star techniques were immobility, immobility, increased defense, immunity to two negative statuses, knockback, and dizziness. Silver quality and goldenrod, head-on blow, dispels haze, uplifting. Gold quality. If the club were to hit him, he might really be able to kill someone. However, Jiang Zhao's green glow was clearly able to restrain the star technique, immobility. If the other party really used that star technique, they would be immune to the knockback effect. Hence, green glow would only be left with the powerful strike effect, which would cause double the damage to the Golden Companion. Although the skin was just a bait and the green glow star technique was only of gold quality, the damage would definitely be off the charts when coupled with the sharp flower blade. What he was afraid of was that the Golden Companion was of the diamond quality. After the second physical enhancement, its combat power was imaginable. However, the Golden Companion here was clearly of the platinum quality. Hence, Jiang Zhao had some fun. Besides, at this moment, Jiang Zhao had the core, star technique Blade of Death. Hence, he reckoned that he should be able to fight with the golden quality Battlemaster. Jiang Zhao was indeed getting ahead of himself. A bait that was half a step from the Star Sea realm actually thought that he could fight with a platinum quality Battlemaster. Good. Good. The smile on the Golden Companion's face widened and her laughter became increasingly sinister. Seeing this scene, Li Haogan knew that the sparring was inevitable. On the other hand, Yu Qin was looking forward to it. After all, the Golden Companion was the deputy leader of the light-chasing team. Hence, she wanted to see Jiang Zhao's strength. Here, now, let's begin, the Golden Companion said eagerly. Li Haoga stopped him again. Golden 17, they're guests. Let them rest for a while. Besides, can't you see how broken his stone sword is? Get him a good sword later. We'll fight in the arena tomorrow. The Golden Companion clenched her fists and her long nails pierced in her dark skin, causing pitch-black blood to flow down. Jiang Zhao quickly collected the information. The Golden Companion's skin was very defensive, and it seemed that their nails should be very sharp. Let's go and meet the scout. I'll get you a good sword, Li Haoga said. Jiang Zhao looked at the Golden Companion curiously and realized that she had really strong self-control. She had really suppressed her nature. Judging from this scene, he could tell that the two members of the Falcon team had a high prestige there. Everyone walked out of the tower, and Jiang Zhao asked curiously, "My sword is a little big. It's not a common weapon. Do you have one here? We can forge one for you." Li Haoga's dignified and squarish face revealed a rare smile. The scout relied on his ability to forge weapons to gain the respect of the Grimace Monk. That's how he got this city. Oh, Jiang Zhao's interest was piqued. Isn't one night too much of a rush? Li Haoga said he has star techniques. It's not a problem. Jiang Zhao sighed and thought, did I encounter a weapon master? I'm so lucky. What's the name of the scout? How old is he? Which team is he from? He doesn't want to reveal his name. The Grimace monks who have learned the Chinese language all call him Sledgehammer, Li Haoga explained. Only the two of us call him the Scout. Jiang Zhao said, that's a down-to-earth name. At the side, Yu Qin listened to Jiang Zhao's conversation and looked at the expressions of Jiang Zhao and the other two. She was getting more and more confident. The three of them had heard about the crisis there and clearly knew that the fugitives could attack at any time. However, none of them showed any signs of retreating. Hence, it seemed that they were probably not very strong. The group of people walked in the dark city and had already walked more than 10 streets, but they still hadn't reached the second tower. The ancient Yi Tower city was a little too big. As they walked, Jiang Zhao suddenly realized a serious problem. He leaned towards Li Haoga and whispered, the Grimace monks in the lower dimension don't have gender distinctions. Li Haoga said, not here either. Jiang Zhao asked, then how do they reproduce? Li Haoga gestured to the lonely house in front of him and said, we're here. After saying that, Li Haoga turned to look at Jiang Zhao and said, split. Jiang Zhao said, split? Li Haoga nodded and walked forward. That scene is very strange. You may not be used to it at first, but you'll get used to it after seeing it more. Jiang Shao. As they approached, they heard a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. This was a separate courtyard, very much in the style of the imperial capital. Compared to other buildings on the street, the courtyard door here was relatively small. It was obviously built to match the human body. Jiang Zhao's footsteps stopped slightly. He saw the couplets on both sides of the door. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this really a refined scholar? Thinking of the blind girl next to him, Jiang Shao muttered, a pot of cold water turns into 1,000 intestines. Jiang Shao looked at the door on the other side. Inshan will not be able to return home. Ding, ding, ding. A series of knocking sounds could be heard. Li Haoge stepped forward and knocked on the courtyard door. Yu Yuchen said, Sir, come in. A man's voice sounded in the courtyard. Everyone pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Shao saw a burly man who was bare-chested and wielding a hammer. Not only was his back drenched in sweat and slippery under the illumination of the fire, but his head was also bald and did not fit the description of a refined scholar. Li Haoge said, 3 Chinese comrades are here. They're from the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Guardians of the Night. Huh? The bald man turned around and looked over. He was about 40 years old and had a ferocious face and a strong body. He was holding a small hammer in his hand and hammering the red-hot weapon. It seemed that he was also hammering his body. The bald man's eyes lit up. He was originally very tough, but he revealed a childlike smile. He wiped his sweaty bald head with one hand and said, Huaxia, compatriots? Are there any people from the Central Plains? Jiang Shao said, Beijiang. Oh, the bald man sighed in disappointment. He then thought of something and hurriedly said, Come in, Yiliang. Friends have come from afar. Let's be warm. Jiang Shao laughed and said, The accent of the 3 northern provinces is really pure. The burly man stretched out his hand, and a stream of water gushed out and poured on the red-hot weapon. In an instant, there was a mist. I stayed in Zhongji for a few years. Come in. I've hidden a few jars of wine. I'll open them today. Ha! Jiang Shao and Ian looked at each other in dismay. This valiant and refined scholar was rather interesting. Top that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.